Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we have the quorum. I think you could go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Dear colleagues, nice to see you again. I hope that everyone had a very good rest. Before starting with the agenda items today, as you know, we have held our second Bureau meeting earlier today. During this meeting, I flagged to the Bureau members that according to the timetable, the opening of item 7 was supposed to resume today from 11:30 a.m. until 12 p.m. However, as we have now exhausted the list of speakers, the Bureau agreed that we start the session today directly with item 7C on climate change and world heritage. In addition, after item 7C has been concluded, we will start the examination of the state of conservation reports of properties, which are inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, and that have been opened for discussion. These properties are reflected in document inf.7ref.2. I also wanted to recall that it was agreed yesterday that we start item 7A with the adoption of draft decisions 7A, 10, 7A, 16, 7A, 17, and 7B, 135. Consequently, we will open our agenda item 7B, which will remain open until all 7B reports have been adopted as scheduled. Last but not least, concerning our work today, as you have seen in the indicative timetable, only 2 reports are foreseen for today's session, Kosovo and Liverpool. Should we finish the examination of these 2 items earlier than 3:30 p.m. Paris time, I suggested to the Bureau that we proceed directly with the examination of the report on the Salonga National Park in DRC today. We will then start our plenary session tomorrow with the discussion on the Selous Game Reserve in Tanzania. Once we have closed our discussion on Selous, we will proceed with the examination of item 7B, initially foreseen for 21st July, in the order indicated in the calendar for the examination of state of conservation reports published by the Secretariat and available on its website. The Secretariat will subsequently publish tonight a revised calendar for the examination of state of conservation reports and share it with you all. If there's no objection, we will then proceed this way. No objection? Okay, thank you. Well, these are the main content discussed just now by the Bureau and that I would like to share with all of you. So, dear colleagues, with our highly efficient work yesterday, we are now moving straight to the examination of an important agenda item, item 7C, on the updated policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties. The related document 7C, the updating of the 2007 policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties was requested by the committee at its 40th session. As a reminder, this policy document was presented to all states parties during an online information meeting on 18th June. I'd like to now give the floor to Dr. Rosler, Director of the World Heritage Center, to present this item. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and hello to all delegates here online. It's a pleasure for me to present document 7C, which you have in front of you. If my colleagues could put up the slides. Mr. Chair, dear committee members, as you are well aware, climate change is the defining issue of our times, and it impacts on our cultural heritage and our shared natural and cultural heritage, unfortunately, apparently more than ever. Increasing fires, floods, droughts, desertification, and ocean acidification are threatening both our natural and cultural heritage, while the uprooting of communities due to climate change is putting entire ways of life at risk, including the practice and transmission of living heritage, oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, and festive events. Adapting to climate change presents therefore a major challenge for the continued preservation and sustainable management of heritage. There is also now a growing appreciation of the dual role of heritage and climate change mitigation. Firstly, as a key consideration in risk prevention, and secondly, as a factor contributing to enhancing resilience. Next slide, please. In addition to the updated policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties, a number of climate change related activities initiated by the World Heritage Center or in which the World Heritage Center is taking part are also presented in document 7C. UNESCO is indeed actively mobilized to address the impacts of climate change on culture and promote its role for climate action, building on its interdisciplinary mandate on culture, science, and education, and based on its normative expertise, notably enshrined in its conventions and programs. Next slide, please. In February 2020, UNESCO launched a reflection group on culture and climate change on the eve of the 52nd session of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to explore and exchange on the role of culture as a key resource for climate change mitigation and adaptation. As a result of this reflection group, UNESCO established a co-sponsored initiative with the IPCC and ICOMOS on culture, heritage, and climate change in 2020 to assess the state of knowledge and practice in this domain and launched the preparation of an online international expert meeting on culture, heritage, and climate change to take place in December 2021, with a view to provide strategic recommendations to support the integration of culture into the international climate agenda. Next slide, please. In addition, at the request of the Secretary General of the United Nations, following the 2019 Climate Action Summit, UNESCO started a dialogue with Greece and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, to establish a tripartite follow-up committee to ensure the coordination of multi-stakeholder contributions, initiatives, and research to promote knowledge sharing and streamline culture in global climate processes. UNESCO is also supporting, including through the follow-up committee, the work of the flexible mechanism launched by the government of Greece in January 2021, which aims at promoting and accelerating the implementation of operational actions and cooperation on addressing climate change impacts on culture and natural heritage. At the policy level, the Secretariat has been working on the updating of the 2007 policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties. At the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee in 2016, aware that knowledge related to adaptation and mitigation to climate change had drastically increased over the past 10 years, the committee requested the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies to periodically review and update the policy document so as to make available the most current knowledge and technology on the subject to guide the decisions and actions of the World Heritage community. An international expert workshop took place in October 2017 at the International Academy for Nature Conservation on the island of Wilm in Germany to discuss the challenges posed by climate change to the conservation and management of World Heritage sites. The meeting brought together 20 international heritage experts on climate change from 15 countries with the aim to discuss the revision of the 2007 policy document. Subsequently, the World Heritage Center developed a project with the objective to propose the updated policy document for consideration by the World Heritage Committee and to ensure its widespread communication and dissemination to all stakeholders concerned. I would like here to express our gratitude to the State Party of the Netherlands for its generous support. As part of the updating process, an important desk review of all existing documentation was undertaken in order to make this process as inclusive and participatory as possible. The World Heritage Center also launched a wide online consultation of all stakeholders of the convention, including states parties, site managers, local communities, indigenous peoples, academia, NGOs, civil society, the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies to gather feedback and comments from key World Heritage stakeholders of the convention on this crucial matter. The aim of this consultation was to gather this feedback and comments of these different stakeholders, and they were invited to share their views, expectations, but also best practice examples, and were also requested to flag the importance of several aspects of their possible inclusion into the updated document. A total of 366 contributions were collected through this successful exercise from all regions of the world, as you can see from the screen. This represents the highest response rate to any online survey conducted by the World Heritage Center to date and demonstrates the interest of the international community for action on climate. Some of the major types of observed climate-related impacts experienced on World Heritage properties relate to the increasing cost of maintenance or management in nearly half of the responses collected in the survey, to the direct damage to the historic fabric, to the deterioration of historic built fabric, as well as to the impact on tourism in 40% of the responses. Other commonly mentioned effects were the impacts of climate change on biodiversity, including, for example, the loss of species, on local communities or indigenous peoples, as well as on landscape changes, for example, the loss of the ability to grow traditional plants or agricultural systems, and on the availability of water. A number of respondents also highlighted the degradation of the OUV of World Heritage properties and of intangible heritage, to name just but a few of them. The contributions received also highlighted a number of key challenges faced for the proper implementation of the 2007 policy document, as well as some gaps in this policy document, which should be addressed in its updated version. As you can see on the screen, the issues of human and financial resources, the lack of policies and enabling legislation, as well as the lack of capacities, came clearly as the main challenges for the implementation of the policy document. The results of the survey also provided suggestions and key considerations to ensure an improvement in the implementation of the updated policy document. In addition, a technical advisory group was established with the assistance of the chairpersons of UNESCO's electoral groups to assist in defining a clear roadmap for updating the policy document. And I would like just to mention the experts which were appointed from the UNESCO electoral groups. They came from Australia, Bahrain, Czechia, Italy, Mexico, Morocco, the Republic of Moldova, Senegal, the Netherlands, and Zimbabwe, with observers coming from Brazil, France, Greece, Hungary, and Mexico. To address the potential different viewpoints or approaches and to provide guidance, this group met several times online to review the updated draft policy document prepared by 2 international experts on the basis of literature review on the recommendations of the Will meeting and the outcomes of the survey. And Mr. Chair, I believe the 2 international experts are also online in case there are any questions. The group identified the following needs. Ensure that the updated policy document is fully anchored in the World Heritage System and within the remit of the World Heritage Convention. To ensure clear links with UN Agenda 2030, the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and with all other relevant World Heritage documents. Ground the updated policy document in contemporary climate policy and the best available climate science. Integrate the concept of theory of change, highlight the importance of education and capacity building, make sure that the updated policy document provides sufficient guidance to encourage and facilitate its implementation at all levels. The group was also of the view to have an action-oriented updated policy document which clearly identifies the actors and their roles and responsibilities. That means the committee level, the national level, and the site level. As a means to reinforce the fact that more climate action is now needed, it was also overwhelmingly suggested to take the opportunity of this updating process to change the title of the 2007 policy document and move away from impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties to a more positive title calling for climate action for World Heritage. In the policy document Preamble, divided into 3 parts, the overview provides the historical background of the 2007 policy document and illustrates new evidence of the magnitude of threats due to climate change. It also relays how climate change causes the unsustainable use of nature and how World Heritage properties can contribute against climate change impacts. Transformative change has also been emphasized, as well as the need to reinforce the links with the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Agenda and the 2015 Paris Agreement, among others, by aligning the goals and engaging with local communities to strengthen natural, cultural, and social resilience and offer sustainable futures. The purpose and scope of the updated policy document are also clearly enunciated as follows: to provide high-level guidance on enhancing the protection conservation of heritage of outstanding universal value through comprehensive adoption of climate action measures, including climate adaptation, mitigation, resilience building, innovation, and research. To create synergies between the objectives and processes, multilateral agreements, processes, and instruments. To galvanize urgent action in support of transformative changes by states parties, which can reflect its aims in their own national policies that guide the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. To highlight its relevance to all stakeholders and rights holders, including indigenous peoples and local communities, civil society, and the private sector. Embedded in the existing processes of the World Heritage Convention, and last but not least, the Preamble also sets some guiding principles for states parties. That means to adopt a precautionary approach aimed at minimizing the risk associated with climate change, to anticipate and avoid and minimize harm to protect the heritage of outstanding universal value, to use best available knowledge, all types of knowledge, to integrate a sustainable development perspective, and to promote global partnership, inclusion, and solidarity. The next section of the updated policy documents presents the policy framework, which provides a coherent structure for the whole document and reinforces the action-oriented nature of this document. The long-term vision of the policy document is that all states parties understand the current and future potential impacts of climate change on the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties and undertake climate action in an effective, ambitious, cooperative, and active way, consistent with their obligations under the World Heritage Convention. To assist state parties in this end, the policy document establishes a series of 4 World Heritage climate action goals. In the last part, after setting the legal framework under which it has to be implemented, the policy framework provides details on 5 elements for climate action, dedicated to the 4 main topics of the global climate agenda, which is assessing climate risks, climate adaptation, climate mitigation, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness, as well as to introducing the concept of transformative change. The 4 World Heritage climate action goals also follow the 4 main topics of the global climate agenda with the aim of being reached by 2030. The first goal is on the identification of climate risks, on their assessment and reporting. The second goal relates to climate adaptation and building climate resilience for all World Heritage properties. The third goal, identified, relates to climate mitigation and encourages the reduction of net greenhouse gas emissions associated with World Heritage properties. The fourth goal emphasizes the need to implement activities supporting knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness raising in relation to climate change impacts on World Heritage properties. As was already highlighted, one of the key recommendations that came from the wide online survey conducted with all stakeholders of the Convention was that the updated policy document should clearly set the implementation modalities at various levels and not only provide global considerations. However, as you all know, implementation is not always possible without some preconditions addressed, which can include financial aspects, technological innovation, institutional capacity, multi-level governance, and also changes in human behavior and lifestyles. There's also need to be mindful of the inclusive processes and pay attention to power asymmetries and unequal opportunities. All these aspects are set in the enabling conditions section of the document. The next items of this third section of the policy document provide such implementation guidelines at 3 levels. At the World Heritage Committee level, such as ensuring that the basic documents of the World Heritage System, such as the operation guidelines and resource manuals, adequately address climate change, promoting climate action measures for properties, and strengthening the link between the World Heritage Convention and UNFCCC. At the state party level, such as identifying and assessing resources needed from all sources through collaboration with government and corporate or private sectors. Achieving coherence with national policies by building synergies between the heritage sector and other sectors, ensuring national guidance on World Heritage and for cultural and natural heritage addressing climate change. At the site level, such as undertaking climate, vulnerability and risk assessments, developing and implementing climate adaptation strategies, monitoring climate hazards, and implementing management practices that reduce the vulnerability and increase the resilience of the property. And I think it's also important to engage with traditional knowledge holders and local communities and mobilize knowledge, education, and awareness raising. To support its implementation and provide additional areas of focus for climate action, the updated policy document finally provides a series of annexes. The first annex is actually a glossary of terms used throughout the document, based on definitions from the IPCC reports. It is important to note that these terms should be understood by the heritage sector to enable better communication and coordination with the environment sector. There are maybe a number of discrepancies between some of the terms used, such as mitigation, defined in the glossary based on IPCC reports, but also used by the heritage sector sometimes differently. The three following annexes provide some guidance on areas for further focus based on the main elements constituent of the climate change agenda: adaptation, mitigation and knowledge sharing, education and capacity building. Annex 2 is on adaptation and includes 5 topics selected for their contribution to achieving the climate action goals 1 and 2. The third annex relates to mitigation and to the latest climate science. Again, here, the 4 subtopics were selected because they are used in the climate context and in particular in the work led by UNFCCC and IPCC. Finally, Annex 4 relates to knowledge sharing, education and capacity building, and is mainly divided into 2 categories, which is for global action at the level of the World Heritage Convention and for national and site level action. This, Mr. Chair, concludes my brief presentation of the updated policy document, and I would like to personally thank everybody who participated in the technical group. And I have to say, it was really not easy. We had long discussions, Mr. Chair, and as I had to chair that group, believe me, it was not easy, but I'm very pleased that we are here today to present you this document. Thank you.
Many thanks. I'd like to give the floor to the advisory bodies for additional statements on this item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if my video is working, but my microphone is. IUCN is pleased to make this intervention on behalf of all 3 advisory bodies. It hardly seems necessary to state in this forum that climate change represents one of the most alarming threats to the outstanding universal value of so many World Heritage properties. Impacts related to climate change are being felt now and at unprecedented scale across both natural and cultural properties, with the potential to cause irreversible damage. The 2020 update of IUCN's World Heritage Outlook starkly illustrated how quickly this threat is moving and how wide-ranging its impacts. Climate change now affects 1/3 of all natural World Heritage properties. Also, in 2020, the ICOMOS General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to declare a climate and ecological emergency, noting IPCC reports which paint a picture of increasing climate impacts, some of which may be long-lasting or irreversible. All 3 advisory bodies have proactively worked for many years to address climate change, both by placing the issue at the centre of our statutory roles under the Convention, but also via our own initiatives and resources. And document 44com/7C details just some of these efforts. Mr. Chair, the advisory bodies welcome the draft policy document on climate action for World Heritage as a major step forward in achieving the transformational change required to address climate change for World Heritage. The climate action goals and 5 areas of climate action set out in the draft policy document are underpinned by the latest climate science and policy and represent a comprehensive framework to respond to the negative trends associated with climate change in World Heritage properties. The draft policy has advanced us in several key areas, including recognising the need for precautionary approaches, aligning with the latest IPCC and IPBES science, integrating nature and culture, promoting transformative climate action, acknowledging the potential for loss and damage, and addressing issues of vulnerability assessment, finance, enabling conditions, and integrated climate planning. The draft policy makes great strides in establishing coherence between the World Heritage Policy and the world of climate policy, including the Paris Agreement, drawing connections across the distinct yet intertwined areas to promote harmonization and mutually reinforcing policy and action on climate change. This coherence responds to a key request of the participants in the multi-stakeholder online global consultation conducted by UNESCO, who rated the integration of World Heritage properties into national and local climate policy as one of the top elements to be prioritized in an updated policy. We know that it is the collective responsibility of all states parties to address the causes and impacts of climate change on World Heritage, and that an effective response will require not only every state party to the convention implementing the policy, but also national and site level commitments to combat climate change. Despite the advances that this draft policy provides, we note there remains much to be done. Both the international expert workshop held in Vilm in 2017 and online consultation revealed a deep concern about implementation. Meeting the current challenge of climate change means the new policy will need to be accompanied by guidance, as well as a robust and well-funded implementation strategy at global, regional, national, and site level. And it will be critical to operationalize the core elements of the policy into the machinery of the convention and its operational guidelines. Furthermore, several fundamental challenging issues relating to the systemic nature of this threat also remain unresolved and require further reflection. Mr. Chair, IUCN, ICOMOS and ICCROM reiterate our support for the adoption of the draft policy document at the General Assembly. And we look forward to mobilizing our technical guidance and expert networks in partnership with the World Heritage Centre, the states parties to support the ambition and urgency needed to address this unprecedented threat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Many thanks. Dear colleague, I think Dr. Rosler has some technical announcement to make. Rosler, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Apparently, the World Heritage Center website is having technical problems. Maybe there are too many people who are watching this item, Mr. Chair. I don't know. We are trying to recover, but it may take some time. So people are invited to follow the discussions via the YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, dear colleagues, I'd like to know whether there are any comments on this document. Hungary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Mr. Chair, committee members, members of the Secretariat, members of the advisory bodies, dear participants. Since this is the first time Hungary takes the floor, I would like to take the honor of thanking the People's Republic of China for generously hosting the extended fourth session of the World Heritage Committee in these difficult and extraordinary circumstances. Now I invite my expert colleague to present Hungary's position on this very important agenda item.
Thank you. Firstly, Hungary welcomes and expresses its gratitude for the completed policy document, which is of fundamental importance for the future conservation of the World Heritage Sites. Our country devotes significant attention to duties related to climate change. Therefore, it was one of the first countries to ratify the Paris Agreement, and in line with the international conventions and EU directives, it has drafted the Act on Climate Protection in 2020. In which it has committed to be climate neutral by 2050. Our professional commitment to the subject is further demonstrated by Hungary having taken a leading role in the working group on climate change as a member of the Carpathian Convention. The protection of man-made heritage and natural values is also emphasized in our country's constitution, declaring that Hungary strives to cooperate with all nations and countries of the world for the sustainable development of humanity. Hungary is one of the most vulnerable countries in Europe in terms of the predicted consequences of the climate change. So it is of paramount importance for us to be able to take timely measures to ensure the long-term conservation of our World Heritage Sites by implementing the policy document. In order to effectively implement the objectives of the document for state parties, it is essential to develop a guidance document that precisely defines the targets, the necessary interventions, and the set of instruments for the different levels of the implementation. As the number of state of conservation reports is growing every year, the primary reason for the preparation of which is due to the effects of climate change, it is essential that what is set out at the policy document is also appears at the level of the operational guidelines as soon as possible. Hungary therefore respectfully requests the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies to prepare as soon as possible following the adoption of the policy document with the involvement and the assistance of the state parties, the guidance document to facilitate its implementation and the necessary amendments to the operational guidelines. Finally, Hungary respectfully turns to the state parties for their support for the policy document with the draft decision and requests all of us to play a role together in taking on the tasks needed to achieve the objectives set out in the policy document. Our World Heritage Sites are not equally affected by the impacts of the climate change, but it will take a combined effort to mitigate these effects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, Bahrain, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we would also like to thank the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies for their constructive contribution to the revised climate change policy and extend our appreciation to member states and experts that have contributed to this effort. The IUCN recent Outlook assessment clearly identifies climate change as one of the leading challenges to conservation in World Heritage Sites. And we also welcome the work being done by the ECOMOS Working Group on Climate Change to further extend awareness on climate change and cultural heritage. We believe that the proposed policy framework presents a clear call for action on all levels as it relates to climate change, and equally emphasize the need to explore the role of World Heritage Sites in climate change solutions. Mr. Chair, we express our support to the draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Oman, please. You have the floor.
I have not requested the floor, sorry.
Okay. Australia, please, you have the floor.
Excellency, this is not Australia's first time to speak, but I would like to correct my omission from yesterday by acknowledging China and the people of Fuzhou for hosting the 44th session of the World Heritage Committee, particularly in this challenging online format. In relation to the climate change, I would like to acknowledge the work of the World Heritage Centre and thank the expert technical advisory group and the 2 senior international experts who contributed to its development. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague, Mr. Stephen Oxley, who participated on the technical advisory group. Australia acknowledges that climate change is one of the greatest threats to World Heritage properties. We welcome the updated policy, and it provides a sound site-based guidance for property managers on how to respond to the impacts of climate change. We also welcome the policy's role in supporting, strengthening and informing other international conventions on the impact of climate change on World Heritage properties. We consider it should complement but not encroach on the separate mandate of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the United Nations Treaty which supports the global response to the threat of climate change. As we have raised previously, we note the difficult question of how to respond to changing outstanding universal value in a changing climate is flagged but not resolved in the policy. It is important that these issues are clarified so that the committee, and indeed all states parties, can understand how to manage the inherent tension between a site-based convention and the global threat of climate change to World Heritage, which requires collective action. We have provided an amendment intended to facilitate such a dialogue as we consider that it is critical to address these significant legal and interpretive questions around the relationship between changing OUV from impacts of climate change as a global challenge and the interaction with in-danger listing. Australia reiterates its commitment to working constructively with other states parties, including through the dialogue, to finalise and implement this important policy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brazil welcomes and supports the present draft policy. We agree that World Heritage properties are fundamental assets that must be protected from the negative impact of climate change. There are also important resources to strengthen local communities' capacity of resilience and adaptation to change. It is in the pursuit of sustainable development. There is much to be commended in this draft policy, but adjustments are, in our view, still needed to align it to the regime established by the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, especially by incorporating the fundamental principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, which is one of the pillars of the international environment regime. This principle should guide the actions proposed for climate mitigation, Goal 3, and knowledge sharing, Goal 4. It is important to emphasize that developing countries are particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and their capacity to deal with it is much more limited. So, climate action in developing countries must be coupled with technical support and financial assistance from developed countries, including capacity building and the transfer of technology. We have presented an amendment in this sense. Mr. President, the new review policy is to build a bridge between existing frameworks for protection of world heritage and action against climate change. It should not create obligations that exceed those already established by both frameworks. Actions for climate mitigation should observe national determined contributions accepted under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, which may only be exceeded on an entirely voluntary basis. We have also, Mr. President, a few suggestions on specific points of the draft policy. First, paragraph 3 seems to equate deforestation with the burning of fossil fuels, when the latter account for more than 70% of emissions. If we are to mention the different causes of climate change, we should give an adequate idea of their specific weight in the equation. Second, in paragraph 12, we prefer the expression ecosystem-based approach agreed under the Convention for Biological Diversity instead of nature-based solution, which has not been accepted multilaterally. We would also question the scientific data presented in this paragraph, as it is based on single report still under discussion. Finally, Mr. President, paragraph 16 mentioned the Paris Agreement, but not the UNFCCC. Yet, there are important goals and commitments in the UNFCCC, which remains crucial beyond the Paris Agreement, so the convention should be especially recalled. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, Uganda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Climate change is indeed currently one of the top challenges in World Heritage management all over the world. The impacts of climate change have no boundaries, regardless of where the properties are located and where the causes of the impacts, and whether the causes of the impacts are natural, locally, or externally generated. The entire world is grappling with issues of climate change in both developing and developed states, with heavy impacts on people's livelihoods. The updated policy document on the impacts of climate change has therefore come at the right time to provide guidance on how states parties shall address the issue of climate change at global, regional, and national levels. As this is a new area with new challenges in heritage management, we therefore need more studies to enhance our understanding of the trends and ways of addressing the issues that come with the impacts. The installation of early warning systems, the application of practical strategies and designs are commendable. My delegation therefore welcomes the draft updated policy and consequently supports the draft decision. I thank you.
Thank you. Spain, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queremos dar las gracias a cuantos han participado en este documento porque realmente era necesario y sigue siéndolo. Cuando estamos hablando de cambio climático, desde que empezó este comité, estamos planteando la necesidad de contemplar perfectamente y deslindar bien cuál es la afección directa al cambio climático, que es global y que no es atribuible a un solo estado y que tiene una afección asimétrica porque en aquellos estados más próximos a zonas proclives a tener la primera afección, sean junto a las orillas del mar o sean en algunas zonas muy tórridas del planeta, pues necesitan más ayuda. En este momento lo que estamos haciendo es una llamada de atención desde el punto internacional, a la conciencia global desde el punto de vista del patrimonio. Cada uno puede enfocar el cambio climático desde una vertiente, pero en este momento, si lo hacemos del patrimonio, hemos de pensar que cada declaración de patrimonio que hacemos es una obligación que sentamos en un Estado para la preservación de ese patrimonio, es una conciencia colectiva que vamos incrementando de que todos tenemos patrimonio en todo el mundo y que, por tanto, indirectamente nos sentimos de alguna manera partícipes de ese patrimonio y estamos contribuyendo a uno de los al principal mandato de la Unesco, que es la idea de paz, preservar la paz desde el patrimonio. Por tanto, si este documento, tal como decía nuestro colega de Hungría, con las disposiciones que plantea y las recomendaciones que hace, es introducido cuanto antes en las directrices operativas, nos permitirá dar un paso hacia adelante. Quizá la llamada desde el patrimonio mundial que afecta a todos contribuya mucho a complementar otras llamadas que se hacen desde pequeños estados insulares, desde zonas selváticas, desde zonas de hielo, para que al final esa conciencia que tanto tardamos en desarrollar globalmente la podamos desarrollar. Y en este caso es lo que nos afecta a nosotros. Hago una acotación en el comentario y si tenemos en cuenta lo que ha tardado la humanidad en admitir que los seres humanos tenían derechos, miles de años para hacer solo 73 años que hemos acordado que tenemos derechos como seres humanos, espero que no tardemos tanto en asumir que tenemos obligaciones como seres humanos globales y en este caso a través de la preservación del patrimonio para mantener una lucha permanente contra el cambio climático y hacer que la Tierra se mantenga al menos en las condiciones que la tenemos para nuestro futuro. Adelante pues y suscribimos este documento porque nos parece muy positivo y de mucho avance.
Thank you. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all. We also support this draft policy document in that it highlights the critical challenge facing our time, including with regard to the preservation of heritage, that is the impact of climate change. We also agree that this document is a good basis for moving forward, but have some concerns, and these are twofold. The first concern is that it was mentioned by my colleague from Brazil, the responsibility regarding climate change is not really reflected in a proper way. The principle of common but differentiated responsibility has to be reflected in the document. Secondly, regarding technical and financial support and global solidarity, this also has to clearly come out in the decision. Secondly, for us, it's very important that this document is only the first basis, the premise upon which we start to take the climate change challenge with regard to heritage protection and preservation seriously. The most important part for us is how we implement it. What kind of interventions we make and what kind of projects we devise. And this is really lacking. It's good to have highlighted what we need in terms of expertise, in terms of the management systems. But what we now need is is concrete projects that enable us to actually have impact on the ground. So if we are going to have an impact on climate change, we need impactful projects. And these projects have to come from us as a global community to support, in particular, developing countries. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Now, China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。中方呢赞赏世界遗产中心与咨询机构在2007年气变对世界遗产影响的政策文件发布以来开展的大量的工作和此次对政策文件的新的更新。中方认为呢，世界遗产项目应在促进应对气候变化、实现可持续发展目标等方面呢，发挥示范作用。各国应该遵循联合国气候变化框架公约和巴黎协定的原则和规定，为加强全球气候变化影响下的世界遗产保护做出更加积极的贡献。中国幅员辽阔，遗产项目所面临的气候因素影响种类繁杂，中国政府高度重视应对气候变化工作，采取减缓和适应并重的策略，不断强化适应性行动和实践。中方正在编制的国家适应气候变化战略2035中提出了加强自然遗产保护、保护受气候变化威胁的风景名胜区以及濒危野生动植物资源、遗址遗迹等历史文物景观资源等一系列相关目标任务。中方强调，气候变化呢是一种客观存在，但是缔约国应当有所作为，以更加积极的行动努力减轻气候变化对世界遗产造成的负面影响。中方赞同将政策文件的理念和框架性要求细化，正如刚才埃塞俄比亚代表提出的一样，要提出具体的行动，增强操作性。中方愿与其他国家开展合作，共同推动世界遗产应对全球气候变化。主席先生，中方专家希望针对政策性文件的内容提一个技术性的问题，如您允许，我希望呢，请我的同事进行发言。谢谢。
好，请 you have the floor.
Thank you. We have a question concerning paragraph 9 of section B in page 32 of Annex 3 of document 7C, which recommends the adoption of 2 mitigation targets for natural World Heritage properties. We hope to learn more about what is the scientific process to set up the 2 targets, as well as the methods and the standards to assess the achievements of these 2 targets. Thank you.
Okay, and now Russia, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express our gratitude for the efforts deployed by the World Heritage Center, advisory bodies, prominent experts, and all interested stakeholders of the Convention to update the policy document on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage properties. The issue is of great importance, and I am sure it will be raised more than once during our discussion at this session. In particular, I believe that we should see more clearly the difference between the individual activity responsibility of the state parties with relations to the impact of climate change on their properties and the global responsibility of the world community. Russian Federation is one of the leaders in the international climate process, both in terms of its contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and in terms of efforts made to ensure the universal nature of the climate regime under the auspices of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. We consider that the updated policy document should become a useful tool to continue research and capacity building to help the state parties, site managers, and other stakeholders of the convention better understand the impact of climate change and to elaborate adequate measures for the protection of the World Heritage properties, bearing in mind the leading role of UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, limited resources, and the necessity to respect the division of labor within the UN system. Wishing to contribute for the dialogue on these matters, Russian Federation submitted amendments to the policy document, and we hope that they will be incorporated in the text, which will be sent for further consultations to the state parties before the General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Rosler has a technical announcement to make. Please.
Mr. Chair, it's just that the live stream is now back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, South Africa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am pleased to take the floor on this important day, the Nelson Mandela Day, which marks 103 days since the birth of Nelson Mandela, the founding father of our nation. As you may all be aware, Nelson Mandela spent 18 years of his 28 years of incarceration in Robben Island, a prison island in Cape Town, South Africa. Robben Island is one of the listed properties in the World Heritage List. Today, this property stands out as a towering symbol of the triumph of justice over injustice, of the resilience of the human spirit over adversity. Nelson Mandela played his part in making this world a better place, and therefore, as he correctly said, it is in your hands now. Chairperson, climate change has become one of the most significant threats to World Heritage properties, potentially impacting their outstanding universal value, including their integrity and development at the local level. As the updated IUCN Outlook process from 2020 has revealed, climate change has currently become the #1 threat to all natural World Heritage properties. As it stands, South Africa is experiencing significant effects of climate change, particularly as a result of increased temperatures and water variability. South Africa has made progress in developing a plan that responds to preparing for the impacts of climate change. South Africa appreciates the work done by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies on the development of the drafted policy document on climate change on World Heritage properties and the extensive consultation process undertaken. However, we wish to request the World Heritage Center to source legal opinion on 2 issues that were raised during the consultation process. One, on whether a property should be inscribed on the World Heritage List, while knowing that its potential OUV may disappear due to climate change impact. And secondly, whether a property should be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger or deleted from the World Heritage List due to impacts beyond the sole control of the concerned party. This request is based on the fact that the trajectory on climate change being observed at the time of nomination can take a different turn. To this effect, South Africa welcomes the dialogue proposed under Section 36 of the policy and calls for the dialogue to be held as a matter of agency. Furthermore, South Africa support a proposal by Brazil that the policy should acknowledge that the regional contribution to greenhouse gas emissions currently differs and historically has differed amongst different regions of the world, and that resources available for climate action are still not equal amongst regions. But we also support Brazil's recommendation that the draft policy should reflect the fundamental principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, and that knowledge sharing, capacity building, technology transfer, and financing should be encouraged from developed to developing countries to enable state parties to implement this policy. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Egypt attaches great importance to facing challenges of climate change and their significant impacts and threats to the World Heritage System. In this context, Egypt welcomes the process of updating the 2007 policy document on the impacts of climate change on the World Heritage properties. However, we believe that the updated policy should support states parties in addressing the risks and impacts of climate change and should be aligned with the international climate regime established by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the 2015 Paris Agreement. In this respect, Egypt supports the draft decision proposed by the Secretariat with the amendments presented on paragraphs 7 and 12 by the distinguished delegation of Brazil. In particular, the adoption of the fundamental principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, as well as the necessity of capacity building and encouraging technology transfer and financing to developed countries, taking into consideration that climate mitigation actions proposed by the paper shouldn't exceed the nationally determined contributions accepted by the states within their obligations in line with the aforementioned international framework. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. We truly appreciate the efforts made by experts and the World Heritage Centre in revising the climate policy, taking into account the increasing threat of climate change to the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties. Regarding amendments to the content and the wording of the climate policy itself, we believe that paragraph 7 of the draft decision outlines a process to revise the policy based on the views expressed by committee members, and that the World Heritage Centre should incorporate this into the policy that will be endorsed at the General Assembly. May we ask if the World Heritage Centre could confirm this or give any comments with regards to the process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días. Guatemala está a favor en la actualización de este documento, agradece su elaboración y menciona que nuestro país es uno de los más vulnerables ante los efectos del cambio climático y por lo tanto apoyamos la noción de que se dé esta diferenciación entre las responsabilidades, que los países que más emiten emisiones colaboren con los países tropicales, que son los que más sufren los efectos del cambio climático. También estamos conscientes de que las proyecciones de los escenarios a futuro predicen que muchos bosques, muchos hábitats van a desaparecer debido al aumento de la temperatura. Entonces, estamos conscientes desde que desde ya se deben realizar las acciones necesarias para contrarrestar los efectos del cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank and commend the working group and all contribute to this document. Climate change is a global issue affecting all state parties. This is an important policy document. And as said by Mrs. Rosler, and as indicated by the result of the questionnaire, that is, the state parties are facing challenges for the implementation that is due to the lack of capacity. Therefore, a training manual or kits is crucial, and the World Heritage Center can use their bodies and or their national cluster and regional offices to help state parties to implement these training kits. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to thank the working group and all concerned stakeholders for updating this very important. Can you see me, Your Excellency? Mr. Chair?
Yes, clear.
Thank you.
There's some problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Excellency. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
We'd like to thank the working group and all concerned stakeholders for updating this very important policy. We acknowledge climate change is serious and is already having an impact on our globe, as we all know it. But it has been in the making for decades, and it requires more decades to overcome. Climate change, as mentioned in the policy, is a collective responsibility and requires collective action. It goes beyond this convention. Saudi Arabia has taken serious steps in the past decades, both nationally and internationally, to mitigate the risk of climate change. We look forward to the practical implementation of this policy, where capacity building and clear support and clear lines drawn between the role of the states members and the global collective responsibility, in line with the UN framework on climate change and Paris Agreement after being adopted by the General Assembly. Therefore, we look forward to discussing this policy further at the General Assembly this coming November. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no more requests for the floor. Now I ask Dr. Rosler to answer the questions. The last.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There were a number of comments and a number of questions. First of all, let me reply on the issue of the consultation process. Now, concerning the consultation process, there will be a process starting now until mid-September for the committee members only to provide written amendments to the text of the policy document in track changes, so that we can provide the revised version to the General Assembly in November for adoption. As you know, we will present a document which includes the discussions of the committee here to the General Assembly in November. So this is answering a question which was asked by Norway and referred to in the, on the consultation also by Ethiopia. Now, I've taken also good note on the points which were raised on capacity building. I think this is really a critical point once the policy is clearly adopted by the General Assembly. Then I would like to make a comment on the proposal by Brazil, and which was supported by a number of committee members. And I would like to refer to that wording which already existed in the decision at the 41st session of the World Heritage Committee, 41.7, which strongly invited all states parties to ratify the Paris Agreement at the earliest possible opportunity and undertake actions to address climate change under the Paris Agreement consistent with their common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in a light of different national circumstances that are fully consistent with their obligations within the World Heritage Convention to protect the outstanding universal value of the properties. Then I think that there was a point raised by China, which refers to page 32 of the Annex, point 9. And in this regard, I think this is directly related to IPCC documents. But as our expert on this Annex is online, with your permission, Mr. Chair, we may wish to give him the floor. Mr. Oscar Guevara.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So regarding to the questions, just wanted to highlight that the information, the majority of the information included in the draft policy document is related mostly with the IPCC's special reports. But the text and the outcomes of the discussions that take into consideration those findings is actually linked to the discussions and to the inputs from the parties and the observers. And basically, when there is the need to include facts and information related with climate change, the impacts of climate change, and the proposed targets. Basically, along the document, there is a reference to all the IPCC documents and other references that were included into the discussion that took place for the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see no more questions in the comments. So now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7C. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received 2 amendments to the draft decision 44-7C submitted by the distinguished delegations of Australia and Brazil. The decision with amendments is shown on the screen. Before going into details, I would like to add that we received an amendment from the distinguished delegation of Russia, which included revisions to the text of the climate change policy document. The proposed changes are well noted by the Secretariat. In line with the paragraph 7 of the draft decision, the text of the policy document will be revised by the World Heritage Center in consultation with the advisory bodies and will incorporate the interventions and amendments of today. To reflect this more precisely, we introduced a minor addition in para 7. Can we go to paragraph 7, please?
Yes.
Views expressed and amendments submitted during the extended 44th session. Now going into details with the amendments proposed by Brazil, reads in para 7, especially concerning the following points, the fundamental 7A, the fundamental principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, in brackets CBDR-RC, which is one of the basic pillars of the international environmental regime. B, the alignment of climate change mitigation actions with the CBDR-RC and the nationally determined contributions accepted under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, except on an entirely voluntary basis. C, the need for support and capacity building assistance, as well as the encouragement of technology transfer and financing from developed to developing countries, in line with the CBDR-RC and in line with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. No amendments proposed for 8. Can we continue, please? Scroll down.
Yes.
Paragraph 9, Australia crosses over also and requests the World Heritage Center New paragraph 10 proposed by Australia reads, also requests the World Heritage Centre, in parallel with the processes outlined in paragraph 9, convene a panel of experts drawn from the ad hoc working group, World Heritage Centre, the advisory bodies, and other qualified experts in the field of climate science and heritage to meet by March 2022. New paragraph 11 requests in this regard that, just for the consistency, we added this part. The panel proposed recommendations for consideration by the World Heritage Committee with regard to the significant legal and interpretative questions raised in the policy document on climate action for World Heritage, set out in paragraph 36 as follows. A, whether a property should be inscribed on the World Heritage List while knowing that its potential outstanding universal value may disappear due to climate change impacts. B, whether a property should be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger or deleted from the World Heritage List due to impacts beyond the sole control of the concerned state, in brackets, in example, threats and/or the detrimental impacts on the integrity of World Heritage properties associated with the global impacts of warming from anthropogenic GHG emissions, closing brackets. C, the reality that for some natural and cultural properties, it will be impossible to maintain the original outstanding universal value for which they were originally inscribed on the World Heritage List, even if effective adaptation and mitigation strategies are applied, and this may require an evolving assessment of outstanding universal value. No amendments in the following two paragraphs, and now new paragraph 14 also recommends that the policy document on climate action for World Heritage be interpreted in consonance with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in brackets UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, in brackets 2015, and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in conjunction with the policy document for the integration of a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention 2015. The rest of the draft decision remains the same, Mr. Chair. These are all the amendments. Thank you.
Yes. Any comments? Objections?
I think there is Norway from the committee member.
Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for taking the floor again. To Norway's understanding, there will be a formal process allowing for providing input after the committee meeting. And this is also stated in paragraph 7 of the draft decision. So the amendments proposed, as well as the other comments and input from states parties, they should be handled at the General Assembly or in the process leading up to the General Assembly. We may approve the amendment from Australia, which concerns the process, but when it comes to wording and content, we believe that this should be handled differently. The Secretariat might clarify if we have misunderstood. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Excellency. Australia welcomes the comments of Norway and would agree that our understanding is that we will be submitting text changes to the policy document. We have very minor ones after the process in accordance with the process outlined by Madam Rossler. That is our understanding. With regard to Brazil's amendments, Australia would like to say that we support the amendment to new paragraph 14. The inclusion of a direct reference to the UNFCCC reinforces the intent of the policy to complement the separate mandate of that body. However, in relation to new paragraph, I think is it 7? We would note that that issue was canvassed by the Expert Technical Advisory Group. One of our concerns perhaps is that applying the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities under the World Heritage Climate Change Policy may introduce inconsistency with Convention Article 4, which already provides for states parties to protect heritage to the utmost of its own resources. Perhaps we could seek some clarity on that from the centre or from the legal advisor. Thank you.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have listened very carefully for the comments that have been made during the general debate and now regarding to this decision that we are taking. Well, we have heard several, of course, support for the proposals made by Brazil, in particularly Article 7. The important here, and that is something that I will like our distinguished colleague from Australia and Norway to look at, is that we are not creating anything new. What we are doing here is just recalling the advisory board and all those, even ourselves, that are going to work on this document that will be reviewed in order to be presented to the General Conference in November, that there are elements here that should be taken into consideration in order to align the text of the bodies that are dealing with climate change and the position of UNESCO. It is not for UNESCO to invent new elements or to create new commitments. It is just for UNESCO that is not the appropriate body to discuss these issues, to align his text as much as possible with the text that have been negotiated by those that are our negotiators in this issue. And I will recall and I will ask that we review and reread Article 7 that says exactly that the document, the policy document on climate action will be presented, will be reviewed in consultation with advisory bodies by incorporating views expressed here in this 44th session. And is that what we are doing? We are making clear here in small a, small b, small c, which are the elements that Brazil considers essential to be included in this review version. Therefore, we do not see any difficulties in having this reflected in this text. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Two issues, Chair. One on the procedure. We don't understand the logic that says we are here to adopt a draft decision without changing it or modifying it. Then what's the purpose of submitting it if we cannot touch it? I think that goes against the workings of this committee and the rules. We are here to review and to amend decisions that are submitted. Otherwise, we can just go home. Secondly, on the more fundamental and substantive issue of the proposal of Brazil, I think it goes to the crux of the matter, one, whether or not apply agreed language, negotiated agreed language, which is in the international environmental regime of common but differentiated responsibility. It has a meaning. And for us, its inclusion is absolutely critical with regard to its implementation on impact of climate change to heritage sites. So we are strongly advocating in favor of the proposal by Brazil, which goes at the heart of what we want to do if we are serious about climate change and mitigating its impact. The inclusion of the UNFCCC also should not be controversial because, again, this is what has been agreed upon by the global community. If we want to strengthen the fight against climate change, where we are all in it together, we accept these changes. But if we say that somehow there is not going to be any form of solidarity, then what's the purpose again of coming together to try to find a solution for a global problem? So really this is really a substantive matter, Chair, and for us it's a critical matter. As a developing nation and as an African country, we feel that this is a fundamental proposition, amendment proposition by Brazil, that should be maintained and that covers critical issues for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, China, please, you have the floor. Oh, we can't hear. No, no, can't hear the voice. I think. No, it's.
He needs to speak into the microphone for the interpreters.
You should speak to the microphone. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
谢谢主席先生。中方代表团愿意友好地提示我们各位伙伴，为了便于我们提前研究修正案，希望大家能够尽可能提早按照会议规定提交修正案。
Sorry, is no some problem? No interpretation.
怎么原声又关闭了？没有通
传。I think now I let Australia take the floor first. Then I come back to China. Australia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Excellency. I would just like to thank the delegation of Brazil for their clarification on their proposed amendment. I think having heard their intervention, I now understand the intent of that drafting, and we would like to agree to that, support that amendment. I would also like to acknowledge the comments made by the delegation of Ethiopia that we also support the concept that global action, climate change requires global action, and strongly support that comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry for taking the floor again. We also acknowledge the comment from Ethiopia. And our impression is that everyone will be able to share their views with the process that is outlined. And we will also need to make sure that the amendments proposed by Brazil and other state bodies are in accordance with the international environmental regime in adopted documents. And this would further require consultations with other divisions and ministries. And we cannot agree on these issues in this committee meeting as we see it, because the policy will be for all states parties. For example, if common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities is to be reflected in the document, it has to be a decision by the plenary in the General Assembly, not by the committee. But Norway does agree with Brazil and other states parties that capacity building is very important, and we would like to discuss this further in this process for endorsement to the General Assembly. But as explained, in order for all state parties' input to be taken into account, we would like to stick to the process that has been presented by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I come back to China. Now you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生，现在可以吗？
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
谢谢。想友好的提示我们各位伙伴，为了让委员国能够提前研究修正案，希望大家能够提前最好提前24小时提交修正案。中方支持 巴西提出的关于第7段的这种决议草案的修正案。那么对于澳大利亚提出的第11段，中方有关切。我们觉得毋庸置疑，气候变化是全人类面临的共同挑战。那么要求全体缔约国积极采取切实有效行动，共同努力来减轻气候变化对世界遗产带来的影响。这也是缔约国履行世界遗产公约职责所在。操作指南呢，已经对世界遗产包括它的保护和列入都有了明确的规定。最核心的就是世界遗产应当具有突出普遍价值。当一个遗产不论由于什么原因失去了突出普遍价值，那么按照公约来看，已经非常明确，就不应当保留在公约当中。那么同时，公约操作指南也明确的规定了，那么如果一处遗产面临确定的威胁，则应当列入濒危。我想呢，这些标准是客观的，可以量化的，也可以操作的。根据过去几十年委员会的经验，每一处遗产地列入濒危，都是基于科学评估都是由于其突出普遍价值受损无论是什么原因造成的。它的列入濒危的目的，就是为了更好的保护这些世界遗产，而不是一项惩罚。中方还希望指出，正如委员会所反复指出的，列入濒危我们是要呼吁国际社会更多的来关注遗产地面临的威胁，来更好的采取切实有效的措施来加强保护管理。我想这些都是有公约和操作指南都已经有了明确的规定，它和气候变化其实并没有直接的影响。我们应对气候变化更需要研究的、更需要关注的是要采取哪些共同行动来保护我们的遗产。谢谢。
Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor. Brazil, please, you have the floor. Yes, Brazil.
We are trying to fix a technical problem. Pass another speaker and come back in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, some problem. Yeah, can't hear your voice. It's not clear.
Yes. Could you pass to another speaker while we correct?
Yeah, now it's clear. Yes, the voice is clear. Yeah.
Okay, so could you please pass to another speaker while we correct the technical problem?
Yes, maybe we come back to you now. Yeah, Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. We just have to go off mute. We thank China for their comments and would just like to recall that the words that we have inserted in paragraph 11 are verbatim from the climate change policy, and that these same questions were also posed in the 2007 policy, but still remain unresolved. Our amendment is merely to suggest a process to bring together collectively World Heritage experts and states parties and the Centre and the advisory bodies to come to an agreement on how these inherent tensions and questions can be resolved so that we can implement the climate policy as quickly as possible and create certainty for the committee on the implications of placing a property on the endanger list for climate change reasons. Thank you.
Brazil, you are okay?
Testing.
Yeah, okay.
Is working? Hello? Is working?
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We recognize that several delegations has endorsed our amendments, and we are very grateful for that. I think these three amendments here enrich the text, and we believe that they are coming to enrich the text, and they should be kept. We could not follow very clearly, and I'm sorry, I'll ask, please, maybe Norway can explain to us better if they are looking for the possibility of creating new principles in these frameworks that were not discussed in the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC, and they imagine that there should be created new principles. This is the first thing that we could not grasp very well, because this idea that sites are in different countries, therefore should be taken in a different way, those two principles. It was a little bit confused for us to understand, and a little bit worrisome, because we have several colleagues that are negotiating very strongly these documents in very, very specific bodies with people with enormous knowledge in these issues. And I'm worried that here, us from the UNESCO, that do not know very well all these issues, as our colleague from Norway has stated, because she must go to her ministry to look at all the areas that has already been engaged in this negotiation. Therefore, shows that we are a little bit not understanding what exactly Norway is proposing here. Is if it is the creation of a new principle, then we cannot accept at all. Or please, they can explain us better so we can understand. From our point of view, the paragraph 7 is very clear in the sense that proposals and the debate of this committee should be incorporated in the new version of the text before it should be presented to the General Conference. What we are making sure here is that these three elements that are essential for having a aligned document and a relevant document of UNESCO in this world of climate change, in this negotiation process, to have a relevant document here, these three elements should be incorporated, and we want to make sure that they will be incorporated. Therefore, they will be take it into consideration because they are written down in this decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comments made by Brazil. We would like to emphasize that as a party, as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are definitely not questioning these issues. Let me be clear on that. There are nuances when we refer to other conventions, and we would like to make sure that these references are referred to correctly. So we suggest a new para to be introduced. If there is to be changes to paragraph 7, we suggest using the wording from the decision from 41.7 that was referred to by Brazil and the Secretariat, if we are not mistaken. I don't have the full text in front of me, so we kindly ask the rapporteur to find the correct wording that was used during the 41.com on the agenda item 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, since there are several revisions on the draft decision, I think it will be better for us to adopt the text of 44.7c, paragraph by paragraph. So, paragraph 1. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paragraph 1 reads, having examined document WHC/21/44.com/7C.
Approved? Okay, approved. Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2 reads, recalling decisions 40.7, 41.7, 42.7, and 43.7.2 adopted at its 40th Istanbul UNESCO 2016, 41st Krakow 2017, 42nd Manama 2018, and 43rd Baku 2019 sessions respectively.
Approved? Okay, approved. I think from paragraph 3, 4, 5, 6, there's no revision. So 3, 4, 5, 6, these 4 paragraphs. Any objections? I see now. Okay, approved. Paragraph 7. Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Paragraph 7 reads, endorses the draft policy document on climate action for World Heritage as presented in Annex 1 of document WHC/21/44.com/7C and requests the World Heritage Center, in consultation with the advisory bodies, to revise it by incorporating views expressed and amendments submitted during the extended 44th session, and, as appropriate, to consult committee members, especially concerning the following points. A, the fundamental principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, CBDR-RC, which is one of the basic pillars of the international environmental regime. B, the alignment of climate change mitigation actions with the CBDR-RC and the nationally determined contributions accepted under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, except on an entirely voluntary basis. C, the need for support and capacity building assistance, as well as the encouragement of technology transfer and financing from developed to developing countries, in line with the CBDR-RC and in line with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement.
Any objections? Norway, please. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, could I ask the question again to the rapporteur if it would be possible to insert the suggestion from Norway as well with reference to the decision 41.7? We haven't been able to rephrase the exact way we would like to see this, but we would like the wording to be in agreement with what has already been decided in 41.com. Which was, it's paragraph 22.
Yes, my colleagues were trying to find the paragraph and they found, and they are going to insert it now after paragraph 7.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will just read out the text. If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
The 41.7, paragraph 22, as referred by the distinguished delegation of Norway, reads, reiterates the importance of state parties undertaking the most ambitious implementation of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in brackets UNFCCC, by holding the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 centigrade degrees above pre-industrial levels, and by pursuing efforts to limit the global average temperature increase to 1.5 centigrade degrees above pre-industrial levels, recognizing that this would significantly reduce the risks and impacts of climate change, and strongly invites all state parties to ratify the Paris Agreement at the earliest possible opportunity and to undertake actions to address climate change under the Paris Agreement consistent with their common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances that are fully consistent with their obligations within the World Heritage Convention to protect the OUV of all World Heritage properties.
We're waiting for the wording. This is the proposal by Norway. Okay, now when you do wording, China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the latest amendment by our Norway colleague, China would like to raise its concern that we are going far beyond the framework of our convention, because the wording raised by Norway is most related to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, which is beyond our mandate. So it's difficult for China to accept it. Thank you.
Any other comment? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We thank Norway for this proposal or amendment. We have no problem with it. The proposal talks about being ambitious. We want to be ambitious because we are the most affected as a developing country. It talks about ratification of the Paris Agreement, which my country has ratified, and I believe most, if not all, African countries as well have ratified. Generally, I mean, we don't have any problem. The only issue, and of course it underlines the fundamental principle of a common but differentiated responsibility, because there is a differentiation that has to take place between industrialized and non-industrialized. And industrialized countries have to assume more responsibility. That's what it means. So I'm very happy that this is also reflected there. But I want to see in the amendment the paragraph C, which is very important for us, the need, as proposed by Brazil, the need for support and capacity building assistance, as well as technology transfer and financing for from developed to developing countries. This part is absolutely critical for us, which is not contained in the Norway proposal. Therefore, we would strongly support Norway's proposal regarding the need to be ambitious, including the targets that are there. This is in line with our national policy, and I believe also very important for the global community, but it has to take place within the context where we have to recognize that there's greater responsibility on developed countries, and this responsibility is translated, among others, with the need to support with capacity building, technology transfer, and financing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rosler.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, the paragraph which here says Norway is exactly the text which comes from decision 41.7. So if the committee wish, they can just say recalls paragraph so-and-so and reiterates. It's exactly the text which was copied and pasted. Thank you.
Okay, Brazil, please. Oh, sorry. Norway, please.
No, thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, no. Yeah, Brazil
you
first.
Can listen to me?
Yes.
You can listen to me. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks Norway for this proposal. And now it's becoming clearer for us because it has turned to be a new paragraph, paragraph 8. Therefore, paragraph 7, as we have amended, is kept as it is with the amendments made by Brazil and supported by Ethiopia, Australia, and China. Therefore, we are flexible and we can have it with this idea of recalling the decision and reiterate the elements of the decision in a new paragraph, which be number 8. Thank you, and thank you again to Norway for this contribution, which is very, very important, as my colleague from Ethiopia has already said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the comments from Ethiopia and Brazil. We would also like to give our support to 7C. We think this is a very important paragraph, but we would suggest that it reads the need of support and capacity building assistance, as well as the encouragement for technology transfer and financing from developed to developing countries. That end of sentence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos reiterar que Guatemala apoya la propuesta de Brasil. Asimismo, también apoya la propuesta de Noruega en el sentido que está enfocado a lo que nos corresponde, que es el patrimonio mundial y el mantenimiento y cuidado del valor universal de las propiedades que están en la lista de patrimonio mundial. Entonces, quisiéramos apoyar ambas y que quede como párrafos diferentes. Gracias.
Thank you. Can I take it that paragraph 7 approved? Any objection? Norway again. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a minor suggestion from Norway. Sorry for taking the floor again. We would like to propose one minor change in 7A, which is deleting the last part, which is one of the basic pillars of the international environmental regime. The other part we would like to keep, and we feel that it's covered as well in number 8. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any comment on paragraph 7 or the revision proposed by Norway? Oh. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Norway, for the contributions. We are flexible and we can accept contribution and changes in little letter C that I see it struck, but I will please unstrike it if it is possible. So little letter C, we can accept this proposal, of deleting the last part of this amendment. We will have a greater problem, nonetheless, in deleting the last part of little letter A, because we think, yes, and we, not only we, but the whole international community believe this is one of the basic pillars of the international environmental regime. So it's not a question of UNESCO changing the perception of the world in this issue. We have to align our perception to what the international community has already decided as to continue to be relevant in this process. We are not negotiating here. We're just stating what it is. Therefore, Mr. President, I would like to have it restated in the text, and I will request Norway to show the flexibility in this regard. Thank you very much.
Norway, can you accept?
Could we give one last suggestion? What if we change international environmental regime into UNFCCC? Because we do believe there are some discrepancies in some of the conventions, like the Convention of Biodiversity, and so we're not actually sure of the wording, but we can accept if we put UNFCCC in that regard. Would that be acceptable for Brazil? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Brazil, is okay for you?
Yes, Mr. President. I thank Norway for the flexibility, and I'm learning from her. Yes, we accept it.
Okay, paragraph 7, approved. Now paragraph 8. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。中方现在支持第7段修正案。那么我们也看到第8段的修正呢，它实际上有些内容是和7是重复的。我们建议可以将2段合并。第8段 Recall Decision 41,7 can put it on the paragraph 7. We need we don't need to repeat all of the decision.
No, we can't go back. You can revise paragraph 8, not go back to 7. Paragraph 7 is approved. Paragraph 7 has been approved. So if you have any comment or revision for paragraph 8, then you can have proposal. And any comment on paragraph 8? No. China, now, do you agree with paragraph 8?
我们建议，既然此前已经有决定，我们可以简单引述，简化一些。目前的一些内容呢，和上面还有些重复。谢谢主席先生。
Yes, any other comment? China, do you have any specific amendment to this paragraph?
I think we can end the paragraph at the.
Or just maybe we just give you a few minutes, then we go. Then we come back to this paragraph.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Paragraph 9. Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
There are no amendments for new paragraph 9, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Any objection? Paragraph 9. Approved. Paragraph 10.
We have a minor modification in paragraph 10, crossing over
yeah,
also and requests.
Yeah. Any objections? Approved. 11.
New paragraph.
11. Yes. 11. You have the floor.
Thank you.
This
Mr.
is a
Chair.
new paragraph. Yeah.
New paragraph 11 reads, also requests the World Heritage Center, in parallel with the processes outlined in paragraph 9, convene a panel of experts drawn from the ad hoc working group, World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, and other qualified experts in the field of climate change and heritage to meet by March 2022.
Any objections? Yes, Dr. Rosala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify that we have no funding for this, so if interpretation, etc., would be required, we rely on extra budgetary resources. So that's the comment from the center. Thank you.
So for paragraph 11, yeah, just now Dr. Rosala explained. Any comment? Any objection? Approved. Paragraph 12. Ms. Rosala, Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, just to incorporate the point raised by the director of Madam Director, perhaps the paragraph can just highlight the budgetary deficiency in here and repeat the previous paragraph's text and calls on state parties to contribute financially to this end at the end of the paragraph, yeah.
Now, China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。我们对第12段要研究的这些问题有些疑虑。像这个里头提出，因为气变影响没有了突出普遍价值，是不是还会列到世界遗产名录当中？我想呢，这不是研究的公约的指南的问题，这会是研究我们的公约是不是要修改。我们知道，没有突出普遍价值就不能列入世界遗产名录，这个问题是不是还需要研究？第二个就是，一个遗产受到威胁，不管什么原因，它的突出普遍价值受到威胁，那么委员会必然要考虑是不是要列入濒危名录。那么我想我们要考虑的问题就是列入濒危名录是不是有利于保护这项世界遗产，而不是在世界遗产已经受到威胁的时候都不考虑，是吧？因为气变影响就可以不考虑是不是列入濒危名录。谢谢。
Any other comment? Brazil, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please. Yeah.
You give the floor to us, Brazil?
Yes, I give the floor to you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit confused. I thought we were still looking at paragraph 11 with the amendment of the rapporteur. Or have we already passed to 12?
Now, just Ms. Rapporteur proposed some wording. I wanted to know whether all of you agree with that or not.
Okay, thank you. No, we agree with the rapporteur. And I just wanted to ask the Secretariat, we have a request in the paragraph 10, also request in 11, and request again in the 12th. Maybe a toiletage after that, they can organize that in a better way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the rapporteur, Ms. Rapporteur will do that. Yeah. So any other objections concerning the proposal, the wording by Ms. Rapporteur concerning paragraph 11? No? Okay, approved. Now concerning paragraph 12, any other comment? China, you have the floor.
主席先生，谢谢主席先生。刚才我们已经表达了对12段的疑虑，就是尤其特别第一个和第二个问题那么可能这个问题会直接动摇我们公约的基础什么样的标准该列入世界遗产名录？谢谢。
Do you have any other comments on 12, paragraph 12? Dr. Rosela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify to the delegation of China, these were questions which came already up in the first policy in 2007, and they are repeated if you look at page 8, paragraph 36. This is exact quote from the policy itself. Thank you.
Yes, China, do you have any other comment?
谢谢罗德尔女士澄清。我们想呢，这个文件既然文件当中已经提到了，那么我们已经第11段要求已经设立工作组来研究落实这项文件，是不是就可以不需要在这儿这么再重复？这是一个。另外，我们还是觉得有些问题，公约有非常明确的价值取向和规定取向，是不是还要提出这些问题来研究？谢谢。
I wanted to clarify. China, I wanted to clarify that you wanted to cross ABC, maintain 12. Do I understand right?
谢谢。我们we think we can delete the A, B, C. Keep the paragraph paragraph 12, but deleted the A, B, C. Thank you.
Yeah. Any objections? Any objections? So, yes, you have the floor. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Because the paragraph 12 have mentioned the paragraph 6 of the floor, so we think all of the paragraphs should be deleted. We have on the paragraph 11, we have adopted. We will establish an ad hoc working group to study the issues, how to implementing this suggestion. So we think we needed to keep the paragraph 12. Thank you.
You mean to delete paragraph 12 altogether? Right?
Yes, 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 thank you.
Any objections to this? Oh, I see now. So it's approved. Let's go ahead. Paragraph. Go ahead. 13.
Mr. Chair, now it will be new paragraph 12, I suppose.
Yes.
We have no amendments to the original text of the decision in new paragraph 12 and new paragraph 13.
Yes, yes, the new paragraph 12, yes. No revision, paragraph 12, right? Now the new 12.
New paragraph 12 and new paragraph 13 is as proposed in the original decision text, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so the new paragraph 12, paragraph 13, any objection? Approved. Now 14, paragraph 14.
New paragraph 14 reads, also recommends that the policy document on climate action for World Heritage be interpreted in consonance with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, 2015 in brackets, and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in conjunction with the policy document for the integration of a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention, in brackets 2015.
Approved. Any objection? Okay, approved. No? Oh, sorry. Norway, please.
Yes, thank you for giving us the floor. We would like to keep the original text, but this amendment is okay for Norway if the word interpreted, or actually it's been changed to in consonance with, if it's changed to seen in the context of, if that could be the right wording, we would be happy with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any objections to this wording, changing of the wording? I see now. Okay, approved. Rapporteur, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our new paragraphs 15, 16, and 17 remains the as original text of the draft decision.
Yeah. Approved? Okay, approved. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay.
These are all the amendments, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember paragraph 8. China, have you the new wording for paragraph 8?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. China suggests that to avoid duplication, we just delete all the whole sentence in the code. So the whole paragraph will read, recalls decision 41-7 and reiterate the importance of states parties undertaking the most ambitious implementation of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, by, no, we delete from here. We delete from by, and then we continue with, we continue with and, yes, and strongly invites all states parties, and the rest of the paragraph will remain as it is. Thank you.
Okay, any objections? I see none. Approved. So, dear colleagues, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare draft decision 44-7C adopted as amended. Observers.
Yes.
Observers. Okay. Okay. So, dear colleagues, the committee, with your permission, the observers would provide some comments on this subject. So now, Pelu, I give you the floor for 2 minutes.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El gobierno del Perú quiere expresar su apoyo a la enmienda propuesta por Brasil y ya aprobada, y sustenta su apoyo en el hecho de que considera fundamental la alineación del documento con los principios establecidos en el Convenio Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el cambio climático. En este sentido, considera también que el documento, como se ha puesto de relieve, debería o debió haber, tal como se ha hecho, reitero, manifestado el principio fundamental de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas según sus respectivas capacidades. Asimismo, respalda la necesidad de contar con apoyo, asistencia, transferencia de tecnología y financiamiento en concordancia con el principio internacional indicado. Consideramos que estos elementos son cruciales para la buena implementación de la Convención y sus directrices, debido a que es fundamental incorporar estos conceptos para salvaguardar el valor universal de los bienes inscritos en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Now, France, you have the floor. 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La France remercie l'Unesco, la présidence chinoise du Comité du patrimoine mondial et le secrétariat de la Convention du patrimoine mondial pour son implication sur cet enjeu majeur. Conscient des risques importants pour certains sites et monuments, nous souhaitons rappeler notre engagement continu s'agissant de la protection du patrimoine culturel et naturel menacé par le changement climatique, tant au niveau local, national qu'international. Nous saluons les initiatives en ce sens, en particulier la stratégie 2017 de l'Unesco et l'initiative sur la protection du patrimoine culturel et naturel contre le changement climatique lancée par la Grèce à l'occasion du sommet du climat du secrétaire général des Nations Unies en septembre 2019, tout en rappelant qu'il est essentiel de ne pas dupliquer ou multiplier les initiatives enceintes, mais de s'appuyer sur les structures performantes déjà existantes. Le changement climatique constitue une menace grave pour les biens du patrimoine mondial. Les sites naturels, en particulier les biens marins et forêts du patrimoine mondial, constituent des puits de carbone et fournissent des services naturels essentiels pour la régulation de la menace climatique. Les sites culturels du patrimoine mondial également assurent la transmission des savoirs traditionnels qui favorisent la lutte et la résilience face au changement climatique. Le document d'orientation sur l'action climatique pour le patrimoine mondial souligne ces liens fondamentaux entre climat, biodiversité et patrimoine. Il constitue un cadre global pertinent pour orienter la prise de décision aux différentes échelles de responsabilité. Il appelle en premier lieu à connaître davantage pour chacun des biens qui font partie de la liste, comment ces sites contribuent ou peuvent participer à la lutte climatique. À cet égard, soulignons le travail remarquable réalisé dans le cadre du programme marin avec le soutien de l'Office français de la biodiversité notamment, qui a permis une première estimation sur la capacité de capture de carbone par les biens marins du patrimoine mondial. Il nous apparaît indispensable de poursuivre ce travail pour traduire les principes en actions concrètes. Ainsi, nous souscrivons pleinement à la proposition qui est faite de préparer des directives destinées à faciliter la mise en œuvre opérationnelle du document d'orientation. Ce travail devra être mené en s'appuyant sur les expériences nationales et les gestionnaires des biens inscrits avec des objectifs concrets, comme par exemple le développement d'un mécanisme d'identification des sites vulnérables et très vulnérables à la menace du changement climatique, ou la réalisation d'évaluations régionales de la menace du changement climatique dans la mise à jour des plans stratégiques régionaux. Je confirme le soutien de la France pour accompagner le Centre du patrimoine mondial en lien avec les organisations consultatives et faire des propositions dans ce sens. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Now, Qatar, you have 2 minutes for intervention. Okay, Cuba, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Deseamos, en primer lugar, felicitar a la República China por la organización de esta sesión del Patrimonio Mundial en un contexto bien complejo marcado por la COVID. En nuestro caso deseamos, respaldar la importancia de este documento, de esta política, en particular las acotaciones realizadas sobre las responsabilidades colectivas pero diferenciadas y también las necesidades específicas y las circunstancias especiales de los países en desarrollo, en particular de los pequeños estados insulares que sufren un embate con mucha fuerza de los efectos del cambio climático. Cuba, que es un pequeño estado insular en desarrollo, cuenta con 9 sitios inscritos en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial y sufre los embates del cambio climático en el ámbito del patrimonio. Nuestro país ha desarrollado un plan nacional, o sea, cuenta con una estrategia nacional para la mitigación del cambio climático de 11 de los aspectos de este plan y esta estrategia que se denomina Tarea Vida. 4 y 5 de las tareas principales están orientadas a la protección del patrimonio. Es muy importante que se tengan en cuenta las necesidades de los pequeños estados insulares y que la implementación de este documento, de esta política, después tanto en estrategias como en plan de acciones y actividades desarrolladas, esté alineada a lo que estamos trabajando en el marco del C4, que es reposicionar las necesidades y la prioridad de los pequeños estados insulares como un grupo, como una prioridad de la organización, como un grupo prioritario. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Mexico, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Como es la primera vez que México toma la palabra, deseo felicitarlo y al mismo tiempo expresar el reconocimiento de mi país a China, especialmente al Comité de Patrimonio Mundial y al Secretariado por los trabajos realizados para garantizar la organización de esta reunión. Nos sentimos muy complacidos con la declaración de Fuzhou, así como con este documento de actualización que ha sido aprobado para las políticas sobre los impactos de cambio climático en los bienes de patrimonio mundial. Y reiteramos el compromiso de México. México continuará con su disposición y colaboración con todos los temas vinculados a cambio climático y patrimonio, como ya lo hemos hecho participando en el grupo de trabajo que se orientó a los trabajos de este documento que fue preparado. Y también queremos finalmente agradecer las enmiendas de Brasil, las cuales respaldamos. Estamos respecto a este punto 7C, estamos de acuerdo con los cambios y las presiones que se hicieron, ya que consideramos relevante alinear el documento al marco establecido por la Convención del Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París. Y también vemos muy pertinente incluir los 3 incisos, que hablan del principio fundamental de las responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas según sus respectivas capacidades, el no exceder las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional aceptadas por la Convención y el Acuerdo de París, excepto de manera voluntaria, y resaltar la necesidad de apoyo de países desarrollados hacia países en vías de desarrollo sobre la creación de capacidades e incentivar la transferencia de tecnología y financiamiento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Gabon, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, chers collègues. Monsieur le Président, puisque c'est pour la première fois que le Gabon prend la parole au cours de notre 44e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial, je voudrais vous féliciter pour la manière avec laquelle, Monsieur le Président, vous conduisez nos travaux. Je voudrais aussi féliciter la Chine pour cette belle cérémonie d'ouverture qu'elle nous a offerte. Monsieur le Président, le Gabon félicite le travail accompli par le Centre du Comité du patrimoine mondial sur le document fourni ainsi que les efforts des organes consultatifs. Monsieur le Président, nous nous prononçons en faveur de cette résolution qui préserve les biens du patrimoine mondial face aux impacts du changement climatique. Le Gabon accorde une grande importance aux questions de changement climatique. Il faut en effet renforcer la protection des biens face au changement climatique. Toutefois, pour le Gabon, nous devons rendre plus opérationnels nos décisions et nos engagements, comme l'ont dit mes chers collègues de l'Éthiopie et de la Chine, en faveur des pays en développement. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais terminer mon propos en soutenant également les propositions du Brésil ainsi que celles de la Norvège. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Germany, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Since it is the first time that Germany is taking the floor, I'd like to congratulate China to the extraordinary organization of the meeting and your excellent chairmanship. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of the 21st century. The effects of this are making themselves felt even today with an increase of severe floods, droughts, and storms that reminds us of mankind's dependence of climatic conditions. Our neighbors, the Netherlands and Belgium, and also Germany, are particularly affected at the moment. Huge floods have killed far more than 100 people within minutes and destroyed livelihoods in the last few days. Also in the regions where family members, friends and colleagues of the director of the World Heritage Center and mine are living. I couldn't imagine beforehand how acutely we are at risk. We have to strengthen our goals, our commitment, as well as our shared and differentiated responsibility addressing the impacts of climate change. Anything else is dangerous, not just for our heritage, but for all of our lives. Therefore, I'd like to thank all involved in updating this crucial policy document. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Earth Justice, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me first to congratulate you and to thank all the hosts of this important meeting, as well as the Center and the advisory bodies for their hard work. The very subject of the World Heritage Convention, our common heritage on this planet, is beginning to disappear before our eyes. And as we've just heard the last testimony about that, the credibility and relevance of the World Heritage Committee and of the entire World Heritage system is here at stake. We appreciate the intentions of the document and welcome its guiding principles and goals. Still, 2 elements need to be clearly formulated. First, where the impacts of climate change threaten a World Heritage property and its outstanding universal value, the state party concerned must address the threat by aligning its actions with a global pathway limiting warming to the level at which the OUV is most likely to be sustained, and to undertake its fair share of global emission reductions necessary to achieve that goal. Second, as a number of states are not major or high per capita carbon emitter or might meet their fair share of climate mitigation obligation, the document must, and as it has been decided just now with the new resolution, recognize the common but differentiated responsibilities of states parties for the climate harm to all World Heritage sites and the corresponding obligation of all state parties to undertake their fair share of global emission reduction necessary to prevent climate-related harm to all sites in danger. This is consistent with Article 6.3 of the Convention, requiring states parties not to take measures which might damage directly or indirectly the cultural and natural heritage situated on the territory of other state parties. A complete presentation of our position is accessible on the website, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comment. Now I declare item 7C closed. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we have 5 minutes technical break.
Excellent.
Dear colleagues, now let's start. We have far lagging behind. We must quicken our pace. So according to paragraph 190 of the operational guidelines, the committee shall review annually the state of conservation of properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. We have now reached this crucial part of our agenda, which is at the heart of the convention. Before we start with the examination of individual state of conservation reports, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Rosler, Director of the World Heritage Center, to introduce this item. Dr. Rosler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So document 7A, 7A Ad, 7A Ad 2 present detailed reports on the state of conservation of the 53 properties which are inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In addition to the individual reports, there are 3 general decisions. 1 on the World Heritage properties in Iraq, 1 on the World Heritage properties in the Syrian Arab Republic, and 1 on the World Heritage properties in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC. In line with our rotation practice, this year we will start the presentations of the reports with cultural properties in the following order of regions: Africa, Arab states, Asia Pacific, Europe and North America, and Latin America and the Caribbean. The presentations will be made jointly by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies. After the examination of cultural properties, we will proceed with the examination of natural properties in the same regional order. There are no mixed properties on the list of World Heritage in danger. Once we reach the relevant agenda item and before the floor is given to the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, it is the practice, Mr. Chair, that the committee member who has requested a specific state of conservation report to be opened for discussion be asked to present the reason why it felt important to discuss this report in order to keep the debate focused on this issue. I also would like to remind the distinguished committee members that for all the state of conservation reports not open for discussion, as it is the practice, the list of these properties will only be read out by the Secretariat, and Mr. Chair, you may then declare, if there are no objections, the relevant decisions all adopted. As the distinguished members of the committee have seen, we have proposed a specific timetable for the examination of the state of conservation reports, and you find this on our webpage, in order to take into account the various time zones of the experts concerned. I would therefore encourage you all to refer to this document, which will be updated each day on the Centre's webpage according to our progress. Before concluding, I would also like to recall some of the committee's rules of procedure, which you may want to apply on this agenda item to facilitate the conduct of our debates. Rule 22.5, the chairperson should put committee members' questions to a state party once at the end of the committee's debate on the property. Rule 22.6, states parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chair within the allowed time for their speech and in a response to a specific question posed. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like to remind the distinguished committee members about the very important decision 35-COM-12E, which the committee adopted at its 35th session in 2011, requesting states parties to refrain from providing additional information regarding conservation issues after the deadlines indicated in the operational guidelines, as this information cannot be given the necessary attention for review by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies at such short notice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for this very useful introduction. If there's no question, we shall now proceed with the examination of the first report. Okay. Dear colleagues, as was agreed yesterday during the adoption of our timetable, we will start the examination of item 7A with the examination of the draft decisions of the 4 following SOC reports that are not open for discussion. These reports are 7A, COM 10, Old City of Jerusalem and its walls, site proposed by Jordan. 7A, COM 16, Hebron, Halil, Old Town, Palestine. 7A, COM 17, Palestine, Land of Olives and Vines, Cultural Landscape of Southern Jerusalem, Batir, Palestine. 7B, COM 135, Birthplace of Jesus, Church of the Nativity and the Pilgrimage Route, Bethlehem, Palestine. Consequently, I also open our agenda item 7B, which will remain open until all 7B reports have been adopted as scheduled. Please note that these draft decisions were the subject of intense negotiations and have been agreed upon by all the parties concerned. Furthermore, I'd like also to inform that the consensus implies no statements or declaration be made after the adoption of these draft decisions. I see no objection. Draft decisions 7A, COM 10, 7A, COM 16, 7A, COM 17, and 7B, COM 135 are therefore adopted. Thank you. Now we are reviewing cultural heritage in danger of Africa, as no cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Africa region were requested to be opened for discussion. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of such properties for which the decision can be adopted without discussion. Dr. Rossler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Old Towns of Djenné in Mali, Timbuktu in Mali, the Tomb of Askia in Mali, the tombs of Buganda kings at Kasubi in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on these state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Arab States region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Abu Mena in Egypt, Ashur, Kalat Shakat in Iraq, Hatra in Iraq, Samarra Archaeological City in Iraq. Then we have the general decision on the World Heritage properties in Iraq, archaeological site of Syrian in Libya, archaeological site of Leptis Magna in Libya, archaeological site of Sabrata in Libya, the old town of Gadames in Libya, the rock art sites of Tadrat Akakus in Libya, the ancient city of Aleppo in the Syrian Arab Republic, the ancient city of Bosra, Syrian Arab Republic, the ancient city of Damascus, Syrian Arab Republic, the ancient villages of northern Syria, Syrian Arab Republic, the Krak des Chevaliers and Kalat Salah el-Din, Syrian Arab Republic, the site of Palmyra, Syrian Arab Republic. Then we have the general decision on the World Heritage properties of the Syrian Arab Republic, historic town of Sabit in Yemen, old city of Sana'a in Yemen, old walled city of Shibam in Yemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on these state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. Yes. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a statement.
He has to wait. It's first Syria.
First, Syria, please. Yeah, Syria, you have the floor.
Oui. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tenais simplement donc à remercier déjà la Chine pour l'organisation de cet événement très important dans ces conditions très difficiles. Aussi donc de remercier le Centre du patrimoine mondial, les organisations, les organes consultatifs, le secrétariat de l'Unesco pour donc ce travail acharné, mais aussi donc pour remercier donc la coopération assidue pour la mise en place donc de la procédure de la du SOCR pour relever les sites du patrimoine mondial en Syrie de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Je parle précisément d'ancienne ville de Damas, d'ancienne ville de Bosra. J'appelle à la solidarité internationale afin que l'ensemble du monde puisse, et les États parties à la Convention 1972 puissent donc aider la Syrie donc à relever ce défi afin qu'on puisse préserver ce patrimoine de l'humanité et aussi de faire revivre ces sites qui figurent sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Merci encore à l'aide internationale et à l'aide apportée par le Fonds d'urgence du Centre du patrimoine mondial. Je remercie aussi donc la République, la Fédération de Russie pour l'apport très important qu'ils nous fournissent pour donc la préservation des sites du patrimoine mondial en Syrie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Qatar, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, et je voudrais tout d'abord m'exprimer pour, comme la première fois, le travail de la République de Chine et bien sûr le Centre de patrimoine mondial pour ses efforts exceptionnels. Et je voudrais bien sûr m'exprimer au nom de l'État du Qatar des efforts qui sont déployés pour protéger et sauvegarder le patrimoine culturel qui sont de la zone, de la région de pays arabes qui sont vraiment en danger. L'État du Qatar, bien sûr, s'est exprimé pour appuyer tous les efforts du Centre de patrimoine mondial et les États membres qui ont l'objectif de sauvegarder et protéger les patrimoines mondiaux au niveau international et régional. Et merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Now, World Heritage Watch, you have 2 minutes for intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will read a statement from a conservation architect from Aleppo. The statement reads, I am Luay Dachel, a conservation architect from Aleppo, my city that I did not leave during the last war period. After the war, I witnessed restoration and reconstruction works that are not free from small and big mistakes due to the lack of knowledge and the scarcity of funds, which often leads to resorting to the least expensive methods of restoration, which are generally in violation of international conventions of restoration. As a result, some of Aleppo's reconstructed buildings have become fake copies of themselves, which do not embody the values of the property inscribed in the World Heritage List. I believe that the best ways for the international community to contribute to stopping the distortion of this beautiful and ancient city and to proceed with its reconstruction in a manner consistent with science, logic, the city's history, and international conventions is the following. 1, finance and conduct training programs on restoration science for all actors working in this field. 2, provide the necessary funding for restoration work and stipulate that it be allocated in sequential stages in accordance with the sequence of implementation works on the ground in conformity with international covenants to ensure that the distortion of ancient Aleppo landmarks does not continue. Under prevailing stakeholder constellations, we call upon UNESCO and other UN bodies to find ways to work with civil society in Syria. We can offer a proposal for a mechanism for implementing the above-mentioned conditions, guaranteeing donors that their funds are actually allocated for completing the restoration of ancient Aleppo in accordance with international conventions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your intervention. Now let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Asia-Pacific region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have the cultural landscape and archaeological remains of the Bamiyan Valley in Afghanistan, the minaret and archaeological remains of Jam in Afghanistan, Nan Madol Ceremonial Center of Eastern Micronesia, Federal States of Micronesia, and the Historic Center of Shakribaz in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. Uzbekistan, you have the floor. 2 minutes intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I am taking the floor for the first time, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the government of the People's Republic of China for the excellent organization of this committee meeting despite the current challenges in the world. Taking this opportunity, I would like to reiterate my government's commitment to work closely with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. And this year, we are creating International Advisory Board, which will rule over all World Heritage sites which are located in Uzbekistan. And we would like to appreciate the decision of the World Heritage Committee on Shahrisabz. It is fully in line with the expanding relations between Uzbekistan and UNESCO, as well as all other state parties. We are fully committed to implement all the decisions, items, and recommendations within the required time frame. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Russia, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syria.
Okay, Syria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à la Fédération de Russie, membre du comité, donc d'intercéder en notre faveur en tant qu'État observateur. Je salue l'intervention qui vient d'être faite par ce représentant donc, de la société civile. Je comprends son inquiétude grandissante, mais je me permets de dire que les informations qu'il nous a annoncées sont fausses, sont dénuées de toute valeur. Le fait d'être sur place ne donne aucune légitimité à dire des allégations, enfin d'entreprendre ou de raconter des allégations. Tout simplement, peut-être que cette personne n'a pas lu les projets de décision sur les sites donc du patrimoine mondial en péril qui figurent donc dans les rapports donc du secrétariat du Centre du patrimoine mondial et des comités donc et des organes consultatifs, parce qu'en fin de compte, il s'avère il est démontré que les ateliers de formation sont maintenus, donc en coopération avec la DGAM qui a des experts nationaux de très grande qualité, qu'un très grand nombre d'experts internationaux participent donc à la mise au point de ces études, donc de la remise en état donc des souks d'Alep, que la visite de ces souks est autorisée à tout expert international pour qu'il fasse son propre expertise. L'ONU représentée par le UN Habitat aussi et le UNDP, c'est-à-dire les deux organes des Nations Unies de développement et des établissements humains sont sur place. Il est vrai qu'on attend donc la visite des experts des organes consultatifs et de l'UNESCO sous forme donc de missions réactives très rapidement pour justement faire fi et ne plus permettre ce genre d'intervention à l'échelon mondial, c'est-à-dire qu'elle soit représentée par la société civile ou par d'autres intervenants. Donc, on appelle donc le Comité du patrimoine mondial à tout faire afin d'envoyer donc ces missions réactives pour qu'ils fassent leur rapport et qu'ils valident la légitimité des travaux faits avec des mains d'experts syriens nationaux et l'assistance donc de l'expertise internationale en ce domaine. Les images, les internets, les vidéos sur Internet et les vidéos représentant la très grande qualité de ces restaurations sont diffusées dans les médias internationaux et sur les réseaux sociaux. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir accordé la parole. Merci à la République de Chine donc d'être la plateforme de cette très grande réunion malgré donc les aléas du Covid-19.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Now we are reviewing two properties proposed for discussion for cultural properties located in Europe and North America. I now give the floor to the delegation of Hungary to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the World Heritage medieval monuments in Kosovo. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The World Heritage Property Medieval Monuments in Kosovo was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2006. At its 43rd session held in Baku, the World Heritage Committee decided to adjourn the debate on the state of conservation of the property until its next ordinary session. The reason why Hungary has opened this state of conservation report for discussion is that the present circumstances are still not met for the debate on it. So we respectfully suggest the committee to adjourn the debate on this agenda item for its next ordinary session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda would like to commend your leadership and the excellent manner in which you are guiding the work of the committee. I have taken the floor to second the proposal by the distinguished delegate of Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like as well to second the proposal of the distinguished colleague from Hungary to adjourn the debate on this agenda item until the next ordinary session of the committee. I would like as well to note that this adjournment was undertaken also in last committee session, and we believe that the committee needs to take the same position this year too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We understand that this draft decision touches on sensitive political issues that this committee has preferred not to debate on our last session. We believe the same reasons that recommended postponement of this discussion on the 43rd session of the committee remain valid today. For this reason, we support Hungary's proposal that the debate on this item adjourn until the 45th session of the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. In line with what was said by my previous colleagues, we also agree with the proposal by Hungary to have this issue. As it was eloquently stated, the same sensitivities prevail as during the last meeting, and therefore we also have this postponement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On our part, Thailand wishes to join the emerging consensus in supporting the proposal by Hungary to postpone the debate on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. I found all of you are in favor of the proposal by Hungary. So this agenda item is therefore adjourned to our next ordinary session. Let's proceed then. I would like now to invite Mrs. Reka Vragos of the Europe and North America unit of the World Heritage Center and the ICOMOS to present the next report on the state of conservation of the cultural properties located in the Europe and North America region and opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to present the case of Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. At the time of its inscription in 2004 on the World Heritage List, it was considered that the major dock structures, together with the commercial and cultural buildings of the Maritime Mercantile City of Liverpool, were the supreme example of a commercial port at the time of Britain's greatest global influence, and satisfied authenticity in terms of form and design, materials, and to some extent use and function. It was nevertheless recognized at the time that it is essential that future developments within the property and its setting should respect and transmit its outstanding universal value. At the time of inscription, the World Heritage Committee requested, among other matters, that the height of any new construction in the property should not exceed that of structures in the immediate surroundings, and the character of any new construction should respect the qualities of the historic area. Conservation and development should be based on analysis of townscape characteristics and to be constrained by clear regulations establishing prescribed heights of buildings. At its 36th session in 2012, and in its subsequent decisions, the World Heritage Committee considered that the proposed major development project known as Liverpool Waters constituted a potential danger to the property and noted that the implementation of this extensive development of 60 hectares stretching 2 kilometers along the waterfront and covering some 12 docks or former docks would irreversibly damage the attributes of OUV and conditions of authenticity and integrity that warranted its inscription on the World Heritage List as an outstanding example of a world mercantile port city that was a major center of innovative technologies and methods in dock construction and port management in the 18th and 19th centuries. Therefore, at this 36th session in 2012, the committee decided to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger, with the possibility of deletion from the World Heritage List should the Liverpool Waters project be approved and implemented. As the development would fragment and isolate the different dock areas instead of integrating them into one continuous historic urban landscape, and with its clusters of tall buildings, does not reflect nor evolve from the significant heritage structures present in the dock areas, and would instead irreversibly damage them. The Liverpool Waters project has been approved and is being implemented. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would now like to propose to give the floor to ICOMOS International to provide further important details.
Yes, please, Icomos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The outstanding universal value of the World Heritage property, Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City, has been under major threat for a decade. The committee urged the State Party not to approve the Liverpool Waters Scheme prior to approval of the outline planning consent, and has repeatedly requested that the State Party, A, reverse course and stop the granting of planning permissions which have a negative impact on the OUV of the property, B, provide substantive commitments to limitation on the quality, location and size of allowable built form, and C, link the strategic city development vision to a regulatory planning document. Over the period since its inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2012, the State Party has been provided with consistent advice through a comprehensive reactive monitoring process with 8 committee decisions, 2 missions, advisory visits and multiple technical reviews of the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Centre Secretariat. Such advice was not designed to stop development, but rather to respect the commitment made by the State Party at the time of the inscription that new buildings would be sympathetic to the heritage status, and furthermore to encourage appropriate development that promoted dynamic urban revival and a vibrant, sustainable city while respecting the attributes of OUV. Regrettably, the State Party has not complied with this advice and neither developed a tool and framework document in the form of an appropriate desired state of conservation for removal document with related corrective measures, nor demonstrated either adequate commitment to limit the quality, size and location of allowable built form, nor put in mechanisms in place to prevent continuing approval and implementation of projects that have already been acknowledged by the committee to threaten the OUV of the property. As a result, the Liverpool Waters Scheme has proceeded without sufficient alteration, and its components have been progressively approved and constructed, along with other major constructions, resulting in ever-increasing irreversible loss of OUV of the property. The recently approved stadium, right on top of the highly significant historic Bramley Moor Dock within the property, is the most recent example of a major project that is completely contrary to conserving the attributes that are essential to the OUV of the property, and that was approved against the explicit advice of the State Party's advisor, Historic England. Furthermore, the State Party has consistently and unambiguously communicated its position that because of obligations to comply with the national and local planning framework, there is no ability to put in place the repeatedly requested moratorium for new building projects, nor to stop the approved Liverpool Waters outline planning consent. Despite some successful adaptive reuse of historic buildings in the centre of Liverpool, the implementation of the Liverpool Waters project and other large-scale projects in the waterfront and northern dock area of the property and its buffer zone have progressively eroded the integrity of the property. The State Party itself has indicated that there are no legal and instrumental means available that would allow the cessation or reversal of these changes. This means that even with the recent change of administration in Liverpool, there are no effective tools available to change, mitigate or reverse the current situation. The recent approval of the new stadium at Bramley Moor Dock, which has occurred during the time of the new city administration and without the State Party minister calling in the development for a public inquiry, serves to highlight the absence of a commitment to developing planning processes and decisions which would support conservation of OUV, and signifies that there is no change in direction at a national or local level. Chair, when the property was inscribed, the statement of outstanding universal value indicated, and I am quoting verbatim, "The main docks survive as water-filled basins within the property and in the buffer zone. The impact on the setting of the property of further new development on obsolete dockland is a fundamental consideration. It is essential that future development within the World Heritage property and its setting, including the buffer zone, should respect and transmit its outstanding universal value. The height of any new construction in the property should not exceed that of structures in the immediate surroundings." Now, the images already shown on screen show that this is no longer the case. Liverpool was inscribed on the World Heritage list as a port city, that had no parallels around the world. Its OUV inextricably linked to the integrity of the dock area. The dock area, with its horizontal landscape of water-filled docks, no longer retains sufficient attributes of OUV to demonstrate integrity and authenticity of these areas, and this in turn undermines the OUV of the whole property. There is serious deterioration and loss of attributes that convey the OUV of the property to the extent that the property has lost very specific characteristics which determined its inclusion in the World Heritage List in conformity with paragraph 192A of the operational guidelines as an 18th and 19th century port city that had no equal around the world. For this reason, and with deep regret, both the World Heritage Centre and ICOMOS proposed the deletion of the property Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City from the World Heritage List. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. Bahrain, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a case in which non-compliance with had led to the severe deterioration of the property's OUV. It is important to track back requests and recommendations by the previous committee sessions, starting at the 36 sessions where the committee acknowledged that the Liverpool water development will irreversibly damage the attributes of the property, which was the basis of the danger listing. It is with great regret that the desired state of conservation report was not adopted in time to prevent the erosion of the OUV. To the contrary, the state party continued to approve large-scale projects, such as the Everton Stadium, without taking into account the committee's decision 42.7a.7, which called for substantive commitment to establish limitations on the quantity, location, and size of the allowable built form in order to acknowledge the importance of protecting key attributes contributing to the OUV of the property. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we believe the draft decision is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we adopt any decision on the state of conservation report of the World Heritage Site of Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City, we have to take note of three very important aspects. First, the challenges Liverpool as a global city has to face are not unique. Expectations of urban development, the question of high-rise buildings, the need of follow-up of international trends, and the significant interest in tourism cause major challenges for the preservation of every single World Heritage property which is part of a world city. As my distinguished Russian colleague yesterday has also pointed out, balancing between preservation and development is a very up-to-date issue of the Convention. Being on the World Heritage List cannot be equal with being unable to develop. Second, if a state party makes considerable efforts to maintain the aforementioned balance between development and conservation, then these actions should be highly respected. Hungary welcomes the steps taken by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to conserve the Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City World Heritage Site, in particular the efforts made by the city authorities to protect and enhance the heritage of the city of Liverpool, including within the World Heritage Site and its buffer zone. It is highly appreciated that the skyline tall buildings policy and the local plan are under development, and Liverpool City Council is strengthening its policy guidance for development across the World Heritage Site in its buffer zone through additional supplementary framework documents. In addition, if our information is correct, there is a new city leadership which might bring further promising solutions to the conservation of the World Heritage property. Third, we can all agree that mankind is facing an unprecedented threat in the form of the COVID pandemic. Even though we call this 4th session an ordinary session, it is not. In fact, it is an extraordinary session. in terms of all the limitations we have to deal with, in spite the splendid organization of our excellent host, most of us are online with technical difficulties, with different time zone challenges. We are unable to interact with each other in person. We have a very narrow time frame for discussion. The members of the advisory bodies could not possibly do their job on-site due to travel limitations, and the list goes on. These difficult and extraordinary circumstances do not provide the right solid foundations for us committee members to make the hardest of decisions as danger listing and deletion. Making such decisions without the right kind of in-person, in-depth analysis and dialogues would go against the spirit of the conventions in itself. In conclusion, Hungary suggests, instead of deletion of the World Heritage Site Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City from the World Heritage List, to discuss the state of conservation of the property on the next ordinary session, hopefully next year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, allow us to thank ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center for a very clear and well-structured analysis of the case at hand, and for rigorous technical reviews and reports in every committee session since 2006 on the state of conservation of this property. We are, in our view, presented with two significant challenges. On one side, the ongoing developments described over many years, which led to the initial inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2012, and the documented and continuing loss of heritage attributes which constitute the OUV of the property. Many of these issues in themselves, and certainly cumulatively, are challenges which fully justifies the discussion of the possible delisting of the site, not to mention the significant uncertainties and threats concerning future developments. Secondly, permissions have been granted for a totally new development on the Bramley Moor dock, which only adds to the sum of issues pushing the necessity of taking this painful discussion even further. Already when described in 2004, the committee was very clear, recommending and requesting the state party to pay particular attention to processes of change in the property and its surroundings, in particular to changes in use, new constructions, heights, and the importance of new structures respecting the historical context and complementing, not dominating, the World Heritage property and its unique attributes. The first state of conservation decision was made 2 years after on exactly the same topics that now, 15 years later, puts us in a very difficult situation. Committee decisions have been made in every session since. Extreme concern was expressed in 2011. When the committee had no choice but to include the property on the danger list in 2012, the state party was warned of the possible deletion from the World Heritage List. In 2015, an advisory mission was at the property, and all stakeholders recognized the serious concerns of the committee and the threats to the OUV of the property. In 2016, 17, and 18, the state party was again warned of the risk of possible deletion from the list. The decision in 2019, in which half of this committee was part, is crystal clear on its requests and consequences in the absence of compliance. We fully acknowledge the immense challenges related to the needs for socio-economic development, and we are painfully aware, also from our national experience, of the conflicts that may arise when fully justified development needs comes into conflict with the outstanding universal value of our World Heritage properties. Yet, we truly believe that a delicate balance between the need to protect and conserve World Heritage and the need for development can indeed be found. There are always alternatives and choices to be made to this end. We are fully convinced, regrettably, that the requirements of paragraphs 191 and 192 of the operational guidelines are met. We cannot really describe the pain and the burden on our shoulders in this very moment in giving our support to the draft decision and acknowledging our shared failure in safeguarding this property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a toujours un problème dans les situations de ce genre. D'abord parce que enlever de la liste, supprimer de la liste, c'est pas facile. Ça signifie que le site va dans l'oubli. Et ça signifie autre chose aussi, que ceux qui attaquent d'une certaine manière, qui font contre l'intérêt de la protection des sites en danger, se sentent comme des vainqueurs sur le terrain, je parle. Il y a pas mal de situations. Donc, la Bosnie ne favorise pas ça, de leur donner la possibilité de se sentir telle qu'elle. Et il nous semble important de tenir compte de la liste des sites à protéger, d'encourager les pouvoirs locaux à s'engager davantage dans ce travail. Donc, nous ne sommes pas favorables quant à retrait de la liste. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since Nigeria is taking the floor for the first time, I want to thank the Chair for taking the session through effectively, and also thank China for hosting us. Thank you very much. The position of Nigeria is actually is not in favor of deletion of this historic site. We feel that if a World Heritage property is in danger, I think we need to support and engage with the different regimes to see that the necessary support and expertise is given to maintain the historic value of that place. I think it looks like the proposal by some state parties to delete this item, I think do not recognize the historic value attached to this place, especially not only for the people in the United Kingdom, but worldwide. Remember, this is an international, area where a lot of, people come from different parts of the world. And I think we want to maintain that attachment. And therefore, especially with the present new regime that are willing to engage and to review the situation, I think we should give them a chance. And therefore, Nigeria does not support the deletion of this property from the list. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Along with what was said by previous delegations, we also do not support the deletion of this site from the list. We understand the concerns expressed by the experts, but we feel that it will be vindicating those who are wanting to remove sites to go along with this approach. Generally, we are of the view that if a country is constructively engaging, then punitive measures, this is in many ways a punitive measure, should not be introduced. We therefore, given the exceptional circumstances also in which we're in with this pandemic and current meeting, we feel that this is too rushed as a decision and that we can wait until the next session to take such a radical step with regard to such a very important and significant site for many of us, as was mentioned by previous colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Es difícil enfrentar momentos como este, pero se hace necesario de cara a mantener la credibilidad del comité y fortalecer la convención, que está a las puertas de conmemorar medio siglo protegiendo el patrimonio mundial. Así como hace unos momentos se aplazó la discusión de otro sitio que lleva muchos años en la lista en peligro y que desde nuestra perspectiva ha tomado la oportunidad que esta inscripción le da a un sitio que tiene retos extraordinarios, ahora estamos en el otro extremo. El centro histórico y la zona portuaria de la ciudad de Liverpool evidencian uno de los centros más importantes del comercio marítimo mundial entre los siglos XVIII y XIX, que además fue una ciudad precursora en la creación de tecnologías y métodos de gestión portuarios, así como sistemas de transporte modernos. En 2012, el comité consideró que el desarrollo propuesto de Liverpool Waters constituía un peligro potencial. En 2017, el comité expresó su preocupación por la implementación del mismo plan, que iniciaba la concesión de permisos para edificios individuales sin una visión estratégica anclada en los marcos regulatorios. En 2019 y 2020, la evaluación de ICOMOS concluyó que los aspectos de los desarrollos permitidos bajo nuevos planes inmobiliarios afectarían negativamente la propiedad inscrita y su zona de amortiguamiento, lo que resultaría en un impacto inaceptable para el valor universal excepcional. Un nuevo proyecto de desarrollo urbano para la parte norte de Liverpool, incluyendo una parte del sitio y su zona de amortiguamiento, con un enfoque que no se considera la conservación del valor universal excepcional del sitio, se está desarrollando. A nuestro entender, los daños en el valor universal excepcional del sitio son irreversibles y con todos los antecedentes conocidos y con todas las oportunidades que el comité, el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial y los órganos asesores han hecho un esfuerzo junto al Estado parte para que se cumplan las directrices operativas, creemos que es necesario apoyar el acuerdo de decisión. Es un día triste para la convención, es un día triste para el comité, pero también es necesario que las normativas sean cumplidas y sean entendidas por todos los miembros de esta convención, porque el patrimonio del mundo está en juego y es nuestra credibilidad como comité la que también está sobre la mesa. Apoyamos el proyecto de decisión, entendemos la postura de otros estados parte, pero consideramos que después de tantos años de considerar, evaluar y emitir observaciones y recomendaciones técnicas para proteger el valor universal excepcional sin observar un cumplimiento de estas recomendaciones, se convierte en una triste y difícil decisión que el comité debe afrontar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. In Brazil's intervention yesterday on item 7 of the agenda, we express our concern that considering the very exceptional circumstances that the whole world is facing at the present moment, decision with far-reaching or irreversible consequences should be avoided at this time, but without creating any precedent for any other future session. Removing aside from the World Heritage List is exactly the kind of decision which has only been taken twice before in the history of the World Heritage Convention. Without getting into the technical aspects of these of the conclusions, we would not recommend at this stage that this decision of excluding Liverpool be taken during this current committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Oman would like also to add its voice to those member states who asked for the postponement of delisting this site from the World Heritage List. Without going in detail for the delisting, but I think all the countries supporting this decision have said more. So I would like to postpone this for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Vigoragos and Ecomos, do you have anything to say? I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Secretariat just would like to reiterate very shortly that the State Party was supported throughout since the danger listing to develop a desired state of conservation for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. The advice that was given was very consistent and clear, and it pointed out that prior to developing any detailed documents for a revision for the legal framework of for the properties management, the State Party should create commitments and a strategy for the future of the property. And I would like to propose to give the floor to Ecomos for further details. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, Ecomos.
Thank you, Chair. Ecomos would like to take the opportunity to provide some response and clarification in relation to the points made by the distinguished delegate from Hungary and a number of other delegations. Ecomos would emphasise that the maritime mercantile city of Liverpool was not inscribed as a historic urban centre. It was inscribed as the last intact port city of that period in the world. And the docks and the waterfront were the fundamental characteristics that underpinned that inscription. That characteristic visual quality and the scale of the waterfront, the horizontality, has been lost. As you can see in the images from the introductory slides, there are large towers now on the waterfront, and the most recent approval for the proposed football stadium would infill one of the most historic docks, and it's the water in the docks that are emphasised in the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value. Ecomos would highlight also that while there is a new city leadership, in fact, the new dock on the site, the new stadium on the site of Bramley-Moore Dock has been approved during the time of the new administration. And in fact, during that time, the National Minister of the State Party had the opportunity to call in the development and to put this property and its conservation on a different trajectory, and that opportunity was not taken. Ecomos notes the commentary about this being an extraordinary session, but Ecomos assures the members of the committee that there is no absence of dialogue, there is no absence of a thorough reactive monitoring process undertaken in accordance with paragraph 169 of the operational guidelines that has been going on with the State Party in an attempt to change what has been happening at this property for more than a decade. It is a matter of great regret, but over that period, components of the approved scheme have been implemented, including the high-rise buildings, which are in the wrong place. They're on the waterfront rather than elsewhere in the larger city. The adverse impacts of these constructions, such as those at Princess Dock, have been put before the committee and set out clearly in technical reviews and in multiple state of conservation reports. It has previously been accepted by the committee that there has been a cumulative loss of attributes of OUV. In the dock area, with its horizontal landscape of water-filled docks, were an essential part of the property when it was inscribed as a port. And the significant loss of attributes in the dock sadly means that the OUV is no longer justified. The point has been reached where the property no longer warrants inclusion on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. China, you have the floor.
专业评估机构给出的澄清，我印象非常深刻。他们刚才澄清的，就是这个项目的突出普遍价值已经不存在了。那么这就是影响到 我们按照公约精神的要求，一项世界遗产它存在的基本的标准，就应该是有突出普遍价值。但是一个项目没有了突出普遍价值，那还怎么保留在名录当中？所以这是我们非常担忧的。那么这是第一个。第二点就是，尽管有疫情影响，我们注意到尽管缔约国也采取了一些措施，但是同时另外一些会影响世界遗产突出普遍价值的措施也在进行着。那么从此看，我们为了促进全球的世界遗产保护，委员会应该做出符合世界遗产公约的决定。因此，中方支持这个原来的决议建议。谢谢。
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible perhaps to hear from the concerned party, state party, United Kingdom?
Okay. UK, you have the floor with the permission of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The UK is incredibly grateful to the government of China for hosting this committee meeting, and we wish you and the historic city of Fuzhou every success in your important work over the next 2 weeks. I really want to say to the committee that my government remains absolutely committed to the principles of the World Heritage Convention. We see this as such an enduring beacon for excellence in conserving and in promoting the world's most important cultural heritage sites. Mr. Chairman, as you'll know from its sister city, Shanghai, Liverpool's contribution to the maritime heritage of the world stands in comparison with any of the great port cities around the world. And I believe so strongly that it continues to merit its recognition under the convention. And it would be a huge loss if it were to be deleted from the World Heritage List today. I have listened really carefully to this discussion among members of the committee over the last hour or so, and I would say this. Over the last 10 years, the property has been protected. It continues to be protected, and actually not just protected, but enhanced. I was there myself just a month or so ago, and it's a city where they are investing so much in the culture and the heritage, where they feel so strongly about the importance of that. And they understand what a beacon they are around the world. I believe all members of the committee have received a copy of a publication which is entitled Liverpool, a World Heritage City. And you only have to look really briefly at that report to demonstrate what I'm saying, the huge investment the city of Liverpool has made in their culture and in their heritage over the last decade. As other speakers have said, the city is now under new leadership. I've met with the new mayor of Liverpool. She was elected just 2 months ago, and already she has a compelling vision. She cares passionately about protecting and enhancing the heritage of Liverpool, and that includes in and around the World Heritage Site. Now, Liverpool city authorities face some really similar challenges to many, many great cities who are managing World Heritage Sites in urban settings, in cities all around the world. And I know some of those, excuse me, will be discussed in this committee this week. And we have to think very carefully about how we best reconcile economic regeneration and the vital work of heritage conservation. This area of the city, which this committee is looking at, I don't know how many members of the committee have been there, but it is an area of long-standing economic deprivation. And the city has been making huge efforts to create jobs, to develop the economic prosperity and fortunes of the area, to give its citizens hope for better quality of life, better living environment, which is accessible and healthy and well designed and welcoming, not neglected or derelict. Northern docks were and have been since well before the site was inscribed in 2004. They were beautiful buildings, but there was no heart to them. Of the draft decision before the focuses on the Liverpool Waters development, which was the proposal which danger listing in 2012. And I have to contradict the words of the ICOMOS speaker.
Please mind your time.
The tall buildings which were proposed a decade ago, I can't emphasize this enough, they will never be built. The seem to want to punish the people of Liverpool for a perceived weakness in our national planning framework. But we are looking at that planning framework in Parliament, and a vote will be coming to Parliament later this year. And we want to strengthen all our World Heritage sites. So, Mr. Chairman, there are a number of points in the operational guidelines for World Heritage Convention, if I can very quickly quote them, which I think all committee members need to bear in mind when casting their vote. The guidelines say there has to be evidence that the property has deteriorated to a point where it has irretrievable.
It's over time. It's over time.
I have one more minute.
1 minute. Okay.
Thank you. The guidelines say there has to be evidence that the property has deteriorated to the point where it has lost those characteristics irretrievably, and that is not the case, Mr. Chairman. Those characteristics have not been lost. And the paragraph 169 says reactive monitoring is foreseen in the procedures for the eventual deletion. Mr. Chairman, there has been no reactive monitoring. The last mission to Liverpool was in 2011, 10 years ago. It would be a disaster if the committee had to enforce the decision of deletion for only the third time in its history without having even visited. And I echo the invitation from the Mayor of Liverpool for any member of the committee to visit Liverpool in person and see firsthand how the city's heritage is being protected and promoted.
It's time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, it's time. ICOMOS, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take the opportunity on behalf of ICOMOS to respond to some and clarify some of the matters raised by the State Party of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. Could I begin by saying that the deterioration relates to the characteristic visual quality and scale of the waterfront that has been lost, and that the impact cannot be compensated or offset by improvements elsewhere in the property. It may be that not all of the tall buildings, the numerous tall buildings that could be possible under the Liverpool Waters scheme will be built, but tall buildings have been built as shown on screen in front of the committee. The construction of tall buildings on the waterfront, the infilling of docks represents the worst possible approach to new development in this site, and ICOMOS is not opposed to new development, it's opposed to the new development that has been approved and is being built. Can I say, with respect to reactive monitoring and the reference to the operational guidelines, that reactive monitoring is a comprehensive process that involves the committee as well as the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies. Reactive monitoring is not just or even necessarily a mission. Paragraph 179 of the operational guidelines indicates that reactive monitoring is reporting by the Secretariat, other sectors of Unesco and the advisory bodies to the committee on the state of conservation of specific World Heritage properties that are under threat. There has been a decade of advice to the State Party, including 8 committee decisions, 2 missions, advisory visits, and multiple technical reviews. ICOMOS considers that the committee, the World Heritage Centre, and the advisory bodies have made exceptional efforts to encourage the State Party to set out a desired state of conservation for removal document and to halt the adverse impact of the gradual implementation of the Liverpool Waters scheme. Unfortunately, the recommendations of the previous missions have not been fulfilled. Decisions of the committee have not been complied with, and approval and construction of inappropriate development in the docks precinct, which is so critical to the characteristics that underpin the outstanding universal value of this property, have continued. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Norway, you have the floor. Try to be concise.
We struggle a bit with starting the video. I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Norway the floor again. We have sympathy with the statement presented by the state party, but nothing we have heard in this discussion has convinced us that our initial assessment was incorrect. We are not denying the exceptional circumstances due to COVID-19, but the developments have happened anyhow. This is not a new case, not a surprise to anyone. Dialogue and consultations have taken place, and we're confident that all due procedures and principles to that end are fulfilled. ICOMOS is very clear. A parallel would be if all the species were lost in a natural property. The cumulative and overall effects on the property as a whole are indisputable, both in the past, present, and future. We have reached a point where it is too late. Our decision 42-7A7 from the last session has not been followed up. The state party has continued to permit new individual constructions that have negatively impacted the attributes contributing to the OUV of the property to such an extent that the property has lost characteristics which supported its inclusion in the World Heritage List. And in addition, we have crystal clear advice that the approved plans in the Bramley Moor dock, if implemented, would have a completely unacceptable major adverse impact on the authenticity and integrity, and therefore the OUV of the property. Liverpool itself even recognizes UNESCO's concern that stadium development, if built, will have a major adverse impact on the authenticity, integrity, and outstanding universal value of the property. A reactive monitoring mission would not change any of the developments that have already taken place, and is not foreseen as a requirement in the operational guidelines. And we would possibly ask ICOMOS and WHC to elaborate on the processes that have been undertaken in regards to consultation. But with that said, we reiterate our full support to the original draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Realmente estamos viviendo con dolor esta propuesta porque sabemos lo que significa para un Estado y en este caso bueno, no es un Estado en desarrollo que haya tenido dificultades, como ha dicho Noruega, o que la pandemia haya podido afectar a eso porque no ha afectado a las obras. Nosotros tenemos una duda porque estamos sometiendo a un debate sobre solo una decisión, no hay ninguna alternativa si no estamos equivocados a este proyecto de decisión, por tanto estaríamos en sí o no a esto. Nadie ha presentado, ni siquiera se ha dirigido a ninguno de los miembros, a nosotros como miembros del comité, para decir que hay alguna alternativa que esté alguien sponsorizando. Entonces tenemos una duda de primero cómo se va a tomar la decisión, habiendo solo un texto, no habiendo ninguna alternativa. Si estoy equivocado me disculpan ustedes, pero por otro lado nos afecta mucho que no estamos ante una discusión, una opinión solo técnica, de las que vamos a ir viendo bastantes a lo largo de este comité, sino estamos ante una declaración máxima en la que se dice que el BUE ha desaparecido, porque habrá propuestas en las que se diga, bueno, el BUE continúa pero necesita mejoras, tal, pero es que aquí se afirma que el BUE no existe y entonces se nos cae por su peso. Yo tengo también en consideración las opiniones de otros estados que manifiestan lo que tenemos todos, el dolor de que haya que salir de la lista, porque evidentemente, como decía Brasil, solo se ha dado en 2 ocasiones en 50 años, no en 49 para ser más exactos. Pero de verdad, si el BUE no se mantiene, ¿qué otra cosa se puede hacer que no respetar el texto de la proposición? Y luego no sabemos si lo que estamos discutiendo se ajusta a una mecánica sin haber una alternativa al texto, sin que nadie haya presentado nada antes. Gracias.
Ajá. Any other committee members? Bahrain, please.
Chair,
We took into consideration the intervention of the State Party of the United Kingdom and the economic revitalization that it wishes to see for the great city of Liverpool. However, as explained clearly by ICOMOS, the new development is going to undermine the OUV of the property, as well as set a wrong precedent for other similar sites in urban landscapes. This is a regrettable decision. However, collectively, as a committee, it is our mandate to protect our World Heritage sites, as well as maintain the integrity of this convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please. Australia, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
My apologies, we were having trouble with our audio. I think having listened to the other committee members and recognising the important challenge on this property outlined by the advisory bodies, but also acknowledging the other committee members' comments on the challenges of irreversible decisions on delisting being made at this unusual online meeting. With this in mind, Australia accepts the view that a decision on the property should be considered at the next session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中国觉得呢，每一项世界遗产列入都很不容易，我们确实要慎重做出决定。所以呢，我也特别想请评估机构再次澄清一下，这个遗产目前受到的破坏，还有没有挽回的可能？谢谢。
ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I say that the reactive monitoring process has been applied to this property for many years, and there have been multiple attempts on both sides to achieve a desired state of conservation. And the issue that always arises is that the World Heritage Centre and the advisory body quite properly require that there be significant changes to the approved outline planning consent for the Liverpool Waters Scheme. What that means is reductions in the building volume, reductions in the building height, relocation of the building footprints, identification of significant views, and major changes to the amount of building. And at each stage, the state party comes back with a set of documents and proposals that say that these things will be addressed in future planning documents. Meanwhile, the state party continues under UK law, as it has explained very clearly before the committee at previous sessions, to deal with individual applications that are lawfully made within the framework of the outline planning consent. These have been progressively approved, and some have been constructed, as shown on the screen. So the problem is not a problem of dialogue. The problem is not having fulfilled the reactive monitoring process as outlined in the operational guidelines. The problem is that there is an unwillingness to move the large development away from the waterfront, and there is an unwillingness to put in empirical measures that downscale the approved development in a way that is consistent with the OUV of the property. This is not a question of a new administration, and that is sadly revealed by the most recent approval this very year of the new stadium at Bramley-Moore Dock. ICOMOS sincerely wishes that it was otherwise, but with all due respect, what has happened with this property is that the state party and the local authorities have made their intent very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. South Africa, please.
No, Chair, we're withdrawing our request to take the floor. Thanks.
Nigeria, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, once again. I would like to align with the proposal put forward by Australia that we postponed this discussion on Liverpool for the next session so that we get more information and issues of this reactive visits and the rest should be taken care of, and opportunities will be given to the different parties, and especially the state party, to reach out and engage more with the World Heritage and the various experts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Oman, please.
Thank you, Chair. As we said, it is very important to give the discussion a more 1 year. It is very important also that we listen to the state party. It is a new administration, and it is 1 year is not long, and therefore I think it's very crucial this file to be given a time to be studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I also join those who said that this issue should be deferred, postponed to the next meeting. Maybe a mission on the ground in between can be undertaken, as we are taking here an exceptional and a drastic measure of delisting, which is very, very rare. We feel that all precautions should be taken, and at the minimum, we feel an on-the-ground mission is absolutely essential, and therefore 1 year is not too long. And if indeed after that mission and the consultation and engagement with the state party, nothing can be done to save the property, then we will take a decision at that point. But we are not comfortable at all in taking a decision at this juncture, where we have a half-cooked, baked thing. We need at least on-the-ground mission. We feel confident and secure in our decision, because it is a drastic decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Norway the floor again. I'm sorry. We would like to ask our distinguished colleagues what more information we could possibly ask for, how much more evidence we would need, what would we get from postponing the discussion for a full year. Our opinion is that the evidence we have been provided with over many years is crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Bosnia, please. You have the floor.
Un an, c'est pas long. Plusieurs années, c'est pas long. Perdre une valeur exceptionnelle ou perdre un site, c'est important. Et je trouve, et la Bosnie considère qu'il faut prendre plus de temps et engager davantage des experts locaux, les experts du pays pour nous donner aussi leur avis. Et donc, c'est ça notre décision.
South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've been listening quite carefully to all delegations and inputs. And I think we would want to, if we err, we should err on the side of caution. These are extraordinary times. The meeting itself, this one delegation said, is extraordinary. We're meeting in a virtual setting. We have listened carefully to the report presented by the Secretariat and ECOMOS. There are questions they have asked, and they're quite important that the UK or the state party should be afforded an opportunity again, probably to come back to us and respond to some of the questions that have been raised. It's important that we balance this two. We balance the need to, to ensure that there's development, but also the integrity of our own processes. So many people will be looking at the decision that we are making on this matter. We've got to protect the integrity of our processes, the framework which guides and governs our work,
but we also must also afford concerned parties an ample opportunity to respond. It will be sad to take such a drastic decision at this time when the world is grappling with a challenge we have never faced of this magnitude of COVID. So a proposal has been made that we defer a decision on this matter. We give the concerned party one more chance to give us some assurance that they are willing to attend to the concerns that are raised. And I think 1 year, Chairperson, if we worked on this for so many years, 1 more years for us to take a decision would not detract from the mission that we wish to pursue. So we support those who are proposing that we defer it, that we give the concerned party one more chance to come to the party, so that when we take a decision, we can be clear in our conscience that we did our best. Remember, there are many other properties that we may have to deal with. So we've got to ensure that as state parties, when we take such drastic decisions, we can sleep comfortably with. So what we are saying, we are not saying that let's not delist or accept the recommendation. All we are saying is that let's give this decision one more chance, give the state party an opportunity to make whatever representation that they wish to do, so that when we take a decision next time, we're sure that that decision is right. That is South Africa's input on this matter. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. I think this is the last speaker today. We have no time for the draft decision. So I suggested that we leave it here and come back with consensus tomorrow. I encourage some consultations, coordinations among the colleagues. With the full agenda, we come to the end of our meeting today. Let me remind you that we are somehow behind our schedule. I therefore call upon your cooperation to respect the time limit of intervention and be concise and straightforward. Notably, I ask you to advance our program, upholding the spirit of consensus and trying to find a solution and the compromises to tough questions. I thank you for your efforts. We meet tomorrow at 11:30 Paris time. And for Bureau members, we will meet at 11 a.m. Paris time. Thank you. Have a good rest.
Thank you.